Good evening, everyone. We are going to get this special town council meeting going. If I could please have roll call.
Yes, thank you. Council Member Romack.
Here.
Council Member Pallavi.
Here.
Mayor Klovstad.
Here.
I will note Vice Mayor Henderson and Council Member Zabriskie as absent.
Thank you. Okay, if you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, everybody. Now's an opportunity for general public comment on items that are not on the agenda. We will have time later in the meeting for public comment for each agenda item. But this is your opportunity if there's anything you would like to share with the council and staff that is not agendized. Anna, please make sure the microphone is turned on. The little light should be green, and we have a timer here to my left.
I don't need 3 minutes.
Okay, great.
My name is Michelle Anderson. I live at the west end of Donner Lake, and I'm a bike rider and a hiker, and I see the boulders that have been installed, and I think they're wonderful. Not everyone will feel that way, but if you live out there and you bike along the lake, it's really terrific. So I appreciate very much that you listened and you took action, so thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on that. I love the boulders too. Is there any other general public comment? No? Okay, I'm going to close general public comment and I'm going to move to our presentations. And this evening we have 3 proclamations. So I'm going to head up to the podium and we have Eric Hornvelt. Will you join me there, please? Okay. Okay, Town of Truckee Proclamation. Whereas over the last decade, California has suffered from the most destructive, deadliest, and largest wildfires in state history. And whereas wildfires pose a significant threat to lives, property, the environment, and vitality of both our town and our region. And whereas the town of Truckee recognizes the critical importance of wildfire prevention and mitigation in our vulnerable mountain town community. And whereas the town of Truckee supports our local community and partners for taking significant steps to mitigate against the potential impacts of wildfire to reduce our wildfire risk. And whereas the Truckee Fire Protection District has been a lead organization advancing wildfire mitigation through the use of Measure T funding. And whereas over the past year, the Truckee Fire Protection District has accomplished many impactful projects, including the Glenshire to Hurstdale and Central Truckee fuel reduction projects, as well as numerous community-funded Measure T grant projects. And whereas the Truckee Fire Protection District also enhances the impacts of Measure T dollars through securing large-scale federal and state grants, including a recent bi-county $8 million forest health grant. And whereas the town highlights this important work from the fire district in hopes that their accomplishments and leadership can be an example for all residents and visitors to do their part in wildfire mitigation as well. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor of the Town of Truckee that May 2026 is Wildfire Awareness Month, and we encourage all residents, businesses, and visitors to embrace wildfire readiness by taking meaningful steps to reduce our local wildfire risk and help improve the resiliency of our community. We'd love to have you say a few words. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, first off, thank you. I don't think I could think of another leader in our community that I would be so esteemed to receive the award and proclamation from. I think your support of Measure T, back to days with Bill Saline, former fire chief in our division, is amazing. And I really want to just give a shout out. This is really a community award. We are stewards of community dollars, and we have an amazing team at Truckee Fire that comes to work every day with a mission of moving that needle towards wildfire prevention better. So hopefully we can use this award to keep fostering more action in this community and race towards wildfire resilience. And with that, I think James had a few things he wanted to pull up.
Yes, thank you. We did want to use this opportunity, so thank you, Mayor and Council, to highlight some of the work and really the purpose behind Wildfire Awareness Month. I know it's not common to have these presentations to go with proclamations, so we'll keep it as quick as possible, but it's a very important subject and wanted to highlight the reason why we do this every May. It's really aligned with what National Wildfire Awareness Month is, and then also California has a Wildfire Awareness Week in the first week of May. Those are some images from last year on some of our outreach efforts, but really the intent of it is to make sure our community is ready for wildfire ahead of the really, really tough season that we have for wildfire in California. And so this year in 2026, a few things that we're focusing on are public outreach with the new alert and warning system. It's been communicated before, but Code Red, our previous system, was taken down by a cyber attack last November. And the county is actually going to be reviewing a contract in front of the Board of Supervisors next week on April 13th on Tuesday, to approve a new system to come into place. So a lot of work and outreach is ahead for that one. And also what we're doing tonight is also highlighting the tremendous work that's been accomplished by the Truckee Fire Protection District. And last but not least is really encouraging community action. And so one thing I did want to highlight, that picture in the bottom right-hand corner, I call the shoulder season in Truckee the time of fire and ice. That was just last week, a wildfire that occurred just north of Donner Lake. And so, it's really important that we do live in an area that gets a lot of snow, but wildfire can strike at any time. And so with that, I want to turn it over to Eric, and he can kind of go through some of the great work that they've been accomplishing.
Well, thank you so much for the kickoff. We'll try to keep this high level and brief, but, we have a new division. We've only been here for 4 years with Measure T, backed by the community, and the amount of work that we've gotten done in 4 years is amazing. And we hope to keep building on this as we focus on our pillars of resilience. So we're here with Measure T. We dove in first with a leading edge community wildfire protection plan. So really flipped the script on how do you plan for wildfire? How do you think about holistic mitigation? And then due to the support and action of our community, right, we have 35 FireWise communities in our fire districts, over 85% of our homes actively engaged with us. We have 5 full-time staff, 5 seasonal inspectors, and these are some of the key accomplishments that our communities hit in just 4 short years. Almost 3,000 acres of forest management led by our forester, Dylan Sheedy. We've seen over all about 14,000 green waste piles picked up. So that's homeowners out there with chainsaws, out there with lobbers, putting material out on the curb, having our grapple truck come and grab that material. We launched a grant program, right? What better way to spend tax dollars than give it back to community leaders and advocates to initiate projects in their community? And we've gotten 12 grants awarded and over $3 million in Measure T back into communities to help us do more work together. Strong Army out there called the Pine Needle Police doing defensible space inspections. 33,000 inspections. The thing I want to highlight here is this isn't just a number. This actually culminates into 125,000 photos and custom recommendations of what you can do around a home to prepare a community from wildfire. And it's just amazing to see what we're accomplishing. Really big shout out to our registered professional forester, Dylan Sheedy, who's in this room. I'll have him raise his hand. This was a huge project. So how many of you have driven down Glenshire Drive and seen hopefully the beautiful, healthy, resilient forest outcome that we see here? Yeah, that was a big one, right? Big plan, 500 acres. I know we saw David out there recreating multiple times throughout the project. But this really shows what we can do, right? In just about 50 days of operating, we saw 480 acres of forest be thinned back mechanically down to ideal, resilient, healthy conditions, brush masticated, and all of that biomass go to a mill or to a bioenergy facility. So really awesome project, secures that evacuation route, kind of makes us sleep easier knowing that we're not going to have another highway fire near Boca burn back up towards a community that could be evacuating. Who knows where this spot is too? Who knew that you could be out there on Hospital Hill and actually see down into the town's MacGyver dairy property and back towards the village or nursery, right? So we went from that choked, overly dense forest in the top left to now you can actually see the sky, see into the next stand behind it. So really getting back to where we want our forest conditions to be. And we couldn't talk at this group without going, where are we going next? We hope to have another town hall meeting to talk about this project maybe later this year and really kick off with a community info meeting and some stump talks out in the woods. But this year we're going right into the heart of Truckee. So this is right where we had that 4-acre fire a couple of years ago, right behind Safeway. That fire had about 100% mortality rate in its 4-acre footprint and spotted a half-mile over the golf course. And we did have a couple of spot fires initiate and get suppressed right by Trout Creek. So it shows you that our forests are kind of in a stand density that they can burn and can burn fast and intensely. And we're really hoping to use this project in the core heart of Truckee to show just how important forest resilience and community protection is. So more to come on this project, but just wanted to release that's where we're headed this summer. Couldn't go without talking about a forest health grant. This is something that probably wouldn't have happened without having some leadership and partners coming in, but we were able to think beyond just Truckee and our Truckee Fire District and go by county outside of our normal operating areas and pull together $1 million of cash match from partners like Martis Camp and Vail, and then bring in over $7 million of grant funding. So over the next 3 years, you're going to see about 3,000 acres of treatments to drive healthy forest conditions around our community, which is just as important as the work going on from the home level out. These are all the programs we have available to our residents. I hope everyone in these rooms already know about it, so I'm not going to hit on them. But we got a brand new website, truckeefire.org/wildfire prevention, that will help you navigate to all these so you can take action in your community or around your home.
Thank you so much, Eric. And for anybody wanting more information about the great programs that Truckee Fire provides, that's their website, truckeefire.org/wildfire prevention. And of course, for all your wildfire and general disaster readiness information, there is always townoftruckee.gov/ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And I'll just wrap that item up by thanking the community for supporting Measure T and our small but mighty committee of people that worked on that measure. What a transformation that is for our community, and I'm really grateful for everybody stepping up and supporting that, making this possible. Okay. So I think our next presentation is for Earth Day. So Jeremy, you're going to join us up here. Jeremy is Jeremy Linder from the California Department of Transportation District 3, and you'll find out why in a moment. Okay, proclamation of the town of Truckee. Whereas the town of Truckee is committed to preserving the natural environment, ensuring a healthy, sustainable future for current and future generations. And whereas Earth Day is celebrated each year on April 22nd to raise awareness about environmental issues and promote action toward climate resilience, resource conservation, and protection of ecosystems. And whereas in September of 2025, Truckee was recognized as a Clean California community, a designation through Caltrans Clean California initiative to recognize communities that demonstrate exceptional commitment to litter reduction and public beautification. And whereas this award celebrates Truckee's initiatives to reduce litter, including hosting community cleanups such as Truckee Litter Corps and Truckee Day, expanding anti-litter education and signage, installing and managing trash and recycling infrastructure, and advancing beautification projects like public art and landscaping. And whereas the Truckee community's bold actions to reduce single-use foodware and plastic water bottles through recent ordinances and reusable foodware programs play a key role in avoiding the negative impacts from disposable items that are commonly found as litter. And whereas Truckee is among the first 30 communities across the state to receive a Clean California Community designation. And whereas, to honor this recognition, a Clean California Community sign has been hung at the entrance of Town Hall. And whereas, to celebrate Earth Day, the town of Truckee would like to thank Caltrans and the Clean California Community Partners for honoring Truckee with this designation, and thank the Truckee community members and partner organizations that have contributed to keeping our community litter-free. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of Town of Truckee that April 22nd, 2026 is recognized as Earth Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for having me here today. Again, my name is Jeremy Linder. I'm a public information officer for Caltrans District 3. Typically this time of year, I'd be preferring to talk about snow and winter operations. Mother Nature obviously had a completely different idea. And so I'm now thinking about construction. So it's nice to sort of take a break and go on a different topic, especially one as important as keeping our highway, our community clear of litter. It's something that the department statewide has been working on. The Clean California Community Designation Program is actually part of a larger Clean California effort that started back in 2021 and has helped to beautify communities throughout the state, not just in District 3 or the town of Truckee. This has included removing more than 3.5 million cubic yards of trash within that 5-year time frame. So if you just think about it, I mean, that's a very large number throughout the state. And we want to continue to make efforts as this grows. 3.5 million cubic yards of trash is actually the equivalent of filling more than 165,000 residential garbage trucks. And of course, hauling that away. So now our goal as a state is to make sure that we've done a lot of cleanup efforts. We don't want to replace it with more trash. So that's one of the reasons why the town of Truckee becoming an official Clean California community is such a big part of that overall effort. The numbers jumped up a little bit. You are now among 50 communities in the state to reach this designation. So definitely a big pat on the back, round of applause for being one of the first. I believe you may be the first within District 3 as well. So definitely bravo, and please continue this effort because it's not only vital for your community, but for those that come and visit as well. You have a lot of programs trying to meet the criteria to get that designation. So our hopes, by having the sign outside Town Hall, by having all of these important programs and being very prideful of that designation, that any visitors that come into the town will see that, they'll learn your ways, possibly even take some of those ideas back home with them so that more communities, more towns can reach those same goals and get this designation. So as a team effort, we'll continue to keep California clean overall. Again, congratulations, and thank you so much for having us here today.
Thank you for being here. Okay, and our final proclamation for Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. So let's see, we're going to have the poem after or before the proclamation, which it's up to you. And then the poetry reading. Great. Okay, so Troy and Eliza, would you like to come up here and join me? And Mr. Coda, too? Wonderful. So I'll go ahead and read it. I'll let you guys introduce yourselves. Thank you all for being here this evening for this. Okay. Proclamation to the town of Truckee. Whereas Truckee is home to a thriving art and creative ecosystem comprised of talented artists, performers, makers, art organizations, and events. And whereas California employs the highest number of people in creative industries than any other state in the nation, such as architecture, entertainment, fashion, media, and publishing. Oh, good, we have more. Whereas in 2017, through a rigorous application process, Truckee was designated as one of 14 official California cultural districts and was redesignated in 2023. And whereas in 2019, the town of Truckee adopted a public art master plan. And whereas in 2020, the town appointed the first Public Art Commission of Truckee to advise the town of efforts to expand public art. And whereas in 2025, the Truckee Cultural District, in partnership with the town of Truckee, advanced awareness of Truckee's dark skies through education and programming. And in 2026, Culture Forward, a 6-year arts and culture action plan, was completed to support and sustain the creative ecosystem. And whereas in California, over 16,000 arts and culture nonprofits support more than 800,000 jobs and generate $289 billion, representing 7.5% of the state's economy. And whereas arts, culture, and creativity bring joy by uniting communities, inspiring individuals, and celebrating the richness of our town's diversity. And whereas the arts, culture, and creativity inspire action that drives positive change and strengthens the social fabric of our communities. And whereas arts, culture, and creativity power our town's capacity to address community challenges, including advancing equity, inclusion, and access. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that April 2026 is hereby recognized as Art, Culture, and Creativity Month. All right.
Please introduce yourselves and say a few words.
Okay. So, I'm Troy Corliss,
I'm Jennifer Stauntunner.
and we both serve on the Truckee Public Art Commission. I think it's worth recognizing the support that the town council has provided. This town council introduced the Public Art Master Plan and has funded the Public Art Program. And so it's nice seeing the support from the top down. It's also worth recognizing that we have many, many creative people in our community. And how can you support them? Well, ask your friend or neighbor what creative endeavors they might be involved in. Participate in an event. Last weekend was the Art Walk downtown. This week coming up is the Literary Fest. And we have Sierra Poetry Festival coming up. And lastly, look to your local Nevada County Arts Council for upcoming events. Anything else?
That covers it. Thank you so much to the town council for putting that public art master plan in place and getting the pact together and having a real step forward in arts and culture for our community. We really appreciate that as artists as well. Thank you.
And we don't want to say too much because we have artists that want to share their work with you. So we're going to let them introduce themselves.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alexis Coda. I'm a senior in Truckee High School and an intern over with Liza at the Truckee Cultural District. I'm going to be reading the poem To Edison, which is written by a Peruvian author. His name is Domingo de Vivero. He's also a politician and a poet. The only copy of this poem appears in a Pan American anthology. It's titled To Edison. In thee, the spirit of thy native soil draws breath and stirs with potent fruitful life. Thou, from the field of elemental strife, seizest the guerdon of thy noble toil. Franklin before, along the slender coil, called down the fiery sparks in heaven rife, traced the quick ray like sharp dividing knife, into the earth brought down the lightning spoil. And thou, the hidden glory of thy race, preserves for all time the spoken word, defying ignorance's numbing trace, despising falsehood's deadly withering breath. The immortal tree of life thy hand conferred, even on the edge of the abyss of death. Thank you.
I want to also say how well Alexis did at our county championships for Poetry Out Loud this year. It was really phenomenal. And you may not be aware, but a close friend of Alexis from Truckee High actually was the Nevada County champion for Poetry Out Loud this year, was sent off to Sacramento to the state capital to perform along 57 other county championships across California. So go Truckee, that was really fantastic. And also here is Zoe, just behind me, who's working closely on her poetry skills, which is very exciting. I first met you, I think it was in North Lake Tahoe, when our Nevada County Poet Laureate, Karen Terry, was coaching in poetry. So that was super. I want to thank you, Mayor Klofstadt, and members of the council for proclaiming April as Arts, Culture and Creativity Month here in Truckee. We're grateful for the town's continued leadership in recognizing the role arts and culture play in supporting community identity, strengthening local businesses, and contributing to Truckee's distinctive sense of place. This year feels especially meaningful. Across Nevada County, local jurisdictions are not only proclaiming Arts, Culture and Creativity Month, but also engaging with Culture Forward, as you mentioned, our county-wide Arts and Culture Action Plan. Together, these steps reflect a growing regional alignment around the creative sector as part of long-term community vitality, workforce development, and economic resilience. I also want to acknowledge the town of Truckee as an essential partner in this work through its investment in the Truckee Cultural District. That partnership helps advance initiatives that connects art, environment, and visitor experience in ways that are uniquely suited to Truckee, from artist-centered programming to place-based efforts like Dark Skies, which strengthen cultural identity while contributing to sustainable cultural tourism and stewardship of the night sky. Truckee Cultural District plays an especially important role within the broader regional cultural ecosystem, bridging eastern and western Nevada County and helping shape how residents and visitors alike experience the Sierra as a creative landscape. So as Culture Forward moves into implementation, that regional perspective becomes increasingly important. Thank you again for your partnership and for recognizing the value of arts and culture and creativity in Truckee.
Yeah.
Mayor, can we do one more photo?
Oh.
We missed one. Can we do one more photo?
Oh, yes. I thought you wanted us.
That looks great.
Okay, now on to our regularly scheduled program. Jen Calloway has a town manager report ready for us.
I have a very brief report, just one item tonight that I would like to invite the community and the council to attend the CTA meeting, the Climate Transformation Alliance meeting this Friday up at the airport from 9 to 11 a.m. And this is the first time that the CTA will be having an incubator session where members of the community, the partners and members of the CTA have submitted proposal ideas that will be vetted and talked through during the meeting. So it should be really interesting. If you're looking for something to do or have time, stop on by Friday morning, 9 to 11 up at the airport. And that's all I have tonight.
Thank you so much, Jen. Okay, so I will now open public comment for any of those presentation items that we just received. Is there anybody that would like to come and make a public comment on any of those items? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment and we will move on to our consent calendar. These items are generally considered regular business and non-controversial. So bear with me as I read through them. 6.1, minutes of the March 24th, 2026 regular town council meeting. 6.2, parking code cleanup amendments and creation of overnight parking permit program. 6.3, on-call materials testing and related consulting services. 6.4, adopt ordinance 2026-05 to amend Truckee Municipal Code Chapter 13.08, which is our sidewalk vending regulation. And finally, 6.5, purchase of solar-powered compacting trash and recycling containers. Are there any members of council that wish to pull any of these items? Any staff?
No, Mayor.
Any members of the public? Okay, seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Oh, wait, public comment? Do we have any public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none.
I move that we approve consent.
And I will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Okay, moving on to our first discussion item, 7.1, speed limit changes on various town roads. Blake, you're going to take us through this one?
I am, Mayor. As Mayor Klovstad said, my name's Blake. I'm an engineering technician too in the engineering division of the town of Truckee. And today I'm going to be discussing with you all the speed limit changes on various town roadways. Our recommendation is that Council introduce Ordinance 2026-04, amending Chapter 10.05, speed regulations of the Town of Truckee Municipal Code. This is the overall current and proposed speed limits that we're going to be focusing on today. Engineering staff utilized the California Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices and the California Vehicle Code we utilize the guidance from those two manuals to implement these speed limit reductions. In those guidances, they guide town staff, engineering staff to conduct engineering and traffic surveys, which are based on collisions, vehicle volumes, vehicle speeds, and other roadway characteristics that may not be apparent to drivers. So discussing Donner Pass Road first, the existing speed limit between South Shore Drive and State Route 89 is 35 miles per hour. Town staff are proposing a speed limit reduction of 5 miles per hour to be 30 miles per hour between South Shore Drive and State Route 89. The speed limit reduction aligns with other improvements along the Donner Lake corridor. Speaking of those improvements, the 30 mile per hour posted speed limit enables the reduction of lanes from the existing 11 feet to 10 feet, as discussed previously, and also allows for a 5 foot wide buffered bike lane to be installed. The other roadway we're focusing on is Brockway Road. The existing speed limits are 35 miles per hour between South River Street and Palisades Drive, and 45 miles per hour between Palisades Drive and Estates Drive. The proposed speed limit changes are 25 miles per hour between South River Street and Old Brockway Road, and 35 miles per hour between Old Brockway Road and Estates Drive. Again, here's that map showing the changes, what's current and what's proposed. And then finally, our recommendation once more, that Town Council introduce ordinance 2026-04, amending Chapter 10.05, speed regulations of the Town of Truckee Municipal Code. Thank you.
Nice and succinct. Thank you very much. Council questions. Councilmember Pallavi, do you have any questions on this item?
My only question is on the right side of the current and proposed. And didn't you just say that you were going from 25? You're going from 35 to 25. It's just longer. What's the difference on the right side of the slide?
Yeah, so
I missed that one.
Initially, it's 35 from South River to Palisades, and we're going.
Oh, you're just shortening that.
We're shifting the 35 miles per hour to the east,
yeah,
and then extending the existing 25.
I see that. Sorry.
That's okay.
I just didn't see a difference in the numbers between the two things, which is what was catching me there. Thank you. No further questions.
Just a small shift in colors.
Yes, colors. Yes.
Councilmember Romack.
Blake, thank you. You mentioned, and I know we talked about this at our previous meeting about the 5-foot buffered bike lanes around Donner Lake. Will lowering the speed limit on Donner Pass Road outside of Donner Lake impact the bike lanes, or could it in the future? Or I'm just curious.
Yeah, so the Highway Design Manual, which is again another manual that traffic engineers utilize to design roadways, requires that reducing lane width is 30 miles per hour or less. So in other areas of town, if there's a 35 or 30 mile per hour speed limit or 25 or under, there is the potential to reduce lane widths to fit in a buffered bike lane.
Great, thank you.
And I have no additional questions. Do we have any members of the public that wish to make a public comment on this agenda item? Step on up to the, oh, you're just saying thumbs up, you like it? Okay, great. Those are the best public comments. To the point. Great. We'll bring it back for discussion. Any discussion or commentary on this?
None for me. I think this is a continuation of the work that we did at the last couple of meetings with regards to just some of the traffic calming, enhanced bike safety, enhanced responsiveness to our community. And so I think it aligns with everything that we've been doing so far. Nothing further.
Yeah, excited to see this. I know we got a lot of public comments around it. And I asked the question, Blake, because I was talking to a Truckee resident the other day who's talking how they're riding their bike more now because the weather's nice and gas is so expensive. And just along the stretch of Donner Pass Road, they were talking about safety. So I think it's just great to know we can continue to look at other opportunities to enhance our bike lanes. And then this is slightly off topic, but since you mentioned Palisades Drive, I feel like the light timing there is off right now. I don't know if, and so I'm going to take that opportunity to say that right now. Brockway Road, you have a long light. If you're coming from Palisades, it's slow. And I keep meaning to share that with staff, so I'm sharing it with you right now. But very excited for this, so thank you.
I'm going to just jump in real quick. Councilmember Romack, thanks for the comment. We can follow up with you on that one. We've actually been discussing that, I think, a little bit with Caltrans recently, and we've had some other requests in the past couple months about the same thing. So we'll follow up. Thanks.
Yes, and we had 5 very nice, supportive public comments on this agenda item. I am very excited to see this come to fruition and see how it changes the dynamics down there. So with that, Do I have a motion?
My turn. We'll just
It's
we'll
only-
just bounce
it's only
back and
the two
forth.
of
It's really easy. We'll introduce ordinance 2026-04, amending chapter 10.05 of our municipal code.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. I love it. We are off to a raring start. So, time to dive into a more challenging topic: development code amendments for deed-restricted housing incentives. This is part of our homegrown housing non-monetary incentives that we have been considering. Yumi, thank you for coming back and still working with us on all of this.
Good to see you. Yes, unfortunately, this will be a little bit of a longer presentation than what you just heard, but you have seen this before. So if you would like it to be more concise in areas, you can let me know. This is the Development Code amendments for the deed-restricted housing incentives. This is implementation of our 2040 general plan, and this is part of the two-pronged homegrown housing where we're talking about the non-monetary incentives tonight. You've seen a lot of this content before, so I'll go through this quickly. As I stated, we're implementing General Plan Action LU-2.5, which is the Town of Truckee Workforce and Affordable Housing Density Bonus Action. And then we're also continuing to implement our housing element, which seeks to provide housing affordable to all segments of our community. In the past, you've seen this in June of last year, September, March, and you looked at monetary incentives earlier this year in January. During that process, you directed us to work on these in conjunction with the housing element, looking at a little bit of a higher AMI than our traditional affordable housing. And then we've done, during this process, quite a bit of outreach for this process, reaching out with a lot of emails. I'm guessing our developers and designers in town are tired of hearing from me, telling them about these meetings, about our progress. We've done 3 in-treat meetings with town staff, a developer team, short-term rental representative, and SBC. We've held 1 Housing Horizons event with designers and developers to go through potential changes. And then, as you know, we had our Planning Commission hearings in November and March where they provided some recommendations that you'll hear tonight. So the main crux of why we're here tonight is to discuss Ordinance 2026-06, which we're proposing as part of these changes. Well, the main change is that we're proposing a new chapter, 18.213, in our development code to create a new chapter for deed-restricted housing incentives. Additionally, other main changes are changing our objective design standards to incorporate historic design standards, which we did not have before, and then amending our plan development chapter to incorporate the deed-restricted housing incentive program into that process. Additionally, there's lots of different cleanup amendments related to this program that's sprinkled throughout the development code. Additionally, tonight, in conjunction with our ordinance, we're proposing a resolution 2026-11, which would provide the qualifying incomes and criteria that would be for these development code incentives. So these are based on the program guidelines for the homegrown housing monetary incentives that you talked about in January. So we're trying to align them so that they can move forward together if a project proponent desires. So we've talked a little bit about this in the past, but I'll talk about this again. In order to be, what we're creating is a new chapter, the Deed Restricted Housing Incentives chapter, and in order to be eligible for these incentives, project proponents would have to meet some requirements for their projects. So the first requirement would be to be in a multifamily zone or a mixed-use zone. This would mean that since we're only looking at the development code, it means that projects in master plan and specific plan areas like the rail yard, Coldstream, Grace Crossing, and Georgia Ranch would not be able to use these development incentives. If we think that these are good incentives that we want to continue forward, we can always look at amending specific plans as necessary, as long as they're not governed by a development agreement. I do note that the monetary incentives are not bound by these restrictions of the development code, so it could apply. The monetary incentives would just be based on the program boundaries of the monetary incentives. Additionally, as I noted, the affordability requirements, which will be part of Resolution 2026-11, would have qualifying incomes aligned with the program guidelines of the monetary incentives, which would require that rents that are deed restricted would have a maximum cap of 120% AMI. qualifying incomes for households would be capped at 180% AMI. So as you know, there's the two different categories for, that's just the maximum. Anything can happen below that. Someone can do an 80% AMI if desired. And then there's also a requirement for for sale projects. Those units would have an initial purchase price of 180% AMI. So in this sense, in this particular requirement, this is a little bit different than the program guidelines, which has a set amount, which is close to $700,000 that initial unit has to be sold at. We're proposing only a cap at 180% AMI, so that could flex depending on where the actual AMI lands. So we don't necessarily have to go back and update the resolution every time Nevada County changes their AMI, or the state changes the AMI. And then we're also proposing, like the program guidelines for the monetary incentives, that anyone who purchases either in the initial sale or subsequent sales would have have asset cap of 30% of the value of the home they're purchasing. Additionally, these projects would have a minimum density requirement, so all projects would have to meet the minimum density of the zoning district. They don't necessarily have to go to the maximum density, but there is typically 50% of the maximum density is the minimum density. Where there isn't a minimum density, then we would apply a 4 dwelling unit per acre density, so that we get some more units, and that would primarily apply to like CMU, the CMU zoning district. And then for DMU, where there isn't a minimum density for standalone multifamily projects, we're proposing that minimum density be 12 dwelling units per acre. Also, only multifamily residential projects are allowed to be eligible for this incentive, is what we're proposing today. So that means 2 or more residential units in a standalone residential project, or 1 unit in a mixed-use project. So a little weird that we have 1 unit in a mixed-use project, but that's how we've defined it in our definitions, and it does sort of work. It does work in the big picture, but mostly what we're trying to exclude are single-family residential units and ADUs at this time. That can be looked at in the future if necessary. We're also proposing that all projects that are using these incentives have to have at least 50% of the units have to be deed restricted. So that'd be a minimum requirement. And then at this time, your ordinance as drafted right now does not have a maximum cap on studio units in the project. So that was something council asked us to look at in the past. When we took it to Planning Commission discussed whether or not that was appropriate. Planning Commission recommended no cap and trying to use monetary incentives to drive fewer studios and more other types of units. So that star I provided there shows that the Planning Commission discussed this topic, and the recommendation has been included in your ordinance as noted here. On the right, you can see that there are the typical use requirements we apply to all of our housing programs, including the employment boundaries, the primary resident requirements, the prohibition of short-term rentals. There are 2 items with the blue stars. Those are items that Planning Commission did discuss, but staff is recommending something slightly different than what the Planning Commission discussed in their recommendation. Staff is proposing that the deed restriction requirement have a term of in perpetuity, which is similar to what we have in our workforce and inclusionary housing requirements, which are town-specific ordinances. The Planning Commission discussed allowing for a 55-year term renewing upon conveyance. So that's that's consistent in many of the housing programs that are in the housing division. Staff is proposing the same type of term that's within the development code. We do have other areas within our development code that have a 55-year term, like the density bonus law, based on state law requirements. And that 55-year term doesn't renew upon conveyance. That's just a straight term. Since council's goal is to have long-term affordability for our community, staff is also proposing that in perpetuity term. And if the renewal upon conveyance is, I think the intention is that it'll be in perpetuity. So it's just kind of being straightforward, and that's the intent of the term. Planning Commission also discussed adding in seniors and persons with disabilities as eligible for using these housing units, and staff completely agrees. We're still working on it with the housing division to determine what that looks like, particularly for the seniors, and if we need to apply an asset cap, how to make sure that it applies to the appropriate to who we want to see in these units. We're also proposing minimum objective design standards, so taking our objective design standard requirements and paring it down to what we think are maybe the big crux items that our community wants to see. So we've incorporated those within within this chapter. Planning Commission did discuss allowing a flexible design review, so saying we don't necessarily need to go the route of the minimum objective design standards. We want to work with staff or the Planning Commission to come up with a better design that maybe doesn't meet all of these requirements. So they've incorporated the allowance to go a different path when we're looking at objective design standards, going that flexible design route. So that would rely on our design guidelines rather than objective standards. So those massing items within the objective design standards, those are kind of the big ticket items within that area. So I've identified the main components here, which have if a project proponent wanted to go down the objective design standards path, they would have to make sure that no building facade was greater than 20 feet in length, that they had material variations of at least 20%, that they would be responsive to the adjacent development per the standard, which you can see there's a little diagram on the lower right-hand corner, and they would have to meet 2 massing requirements, so either a canopy or a step back, some wall plane changes, height change, roofline articulation. So they'd have to choose at least 2 of those. Previously we've all talked about balconies, decks, and patios and storage areas in detail, both on the dais for both the Planning Commission and for council in the past. It is something that our community and our council has identified as items that we would like to see very much so in projects. So we're trying to find a path that's not necessarily meets our exact standards of our objective design standards now, but provides some relief aesthetically and also the private space that we want for our community members. So when the Planning Commission incorporated the flexible design review pathway, staff thought that it might be appropriate to pull out these 2 items as separate from the objective design standards to make them required amenities that are not subject to flexible design review. So even if an applicant was going down the path of flexible design review, they would still be required to meet these required amenities. They can't waive these required amenities. So that's how it's drafted currently in your ordinance. We did build in that if a project proponent wanted to make changes to these 2 requirements, there is a pathway through the plan development that we'll talk a little bit about later. So originally, staff recommended that these private balconies, decks, and patios and storage areas would just meet the current standard in our code. So that would be 1 deck per unit, 48 square feet minimum. Or for storage, they would have 1 per unit, 40 square feet minimum. So those were the main standards that we had previously. Commission talked about this and provided a recommendation where private projects would have to provide decks for 50% of the units, and 50% of those decks would have to be applied or provided to the deed restricted units. So it's a little bit of a proportion game. And then they reduced the minimum square footage of the deck to 30 square feet. And then there was also this exterior walkway idea that is something we've seen in existing projects. So we thought we just wanted to codify allowing that an exterior walkway that may not be completely private, but does feel quasi-private, could be used to meet that requirement. For storage areas, the Planning Commission proposed using a calculation of 20 square feet of storage per bedroom. So that'd be on a cumulative basis. They'd say there's 20 bedrooms, multiply that by 24. That's the maximum square footage of storage or minimum number of square feet that they need for storage. And then they would say the developer could allocate that however they wished. That was the Planning Commission's recommendation. So that's been codified within the ordinance today. One thing that they did not provide direction on is whether or not the storage should be proportioned based off of for the deed restricted units, similar to the decks, where 50% of the required decks are required to be provided to the deed restricted units. So that's something for council to consider if desired. Additionally, the Planning Commission recommended increasing the ratio of washer-dryer amenities from 1:5 to 1:4. So we included that there. It could be something that we then return back to council in the future to make that change across the board for all projects. In addition to those requirements, we're proposing standard language to require that the project meet all development standards unless modified by this chapter or through the plan development. We're proposing a slightly different review authority structure for this project. So for smaller projects, so 10 or fewer units would be reviewed at the staff level, which is what we do currently with our zoning clearance. Medium-sized projects, 11 to 20, which are typically reviewed at the Planning Commission level, would then be for these types of projects reviewed at the staff level with a little requirement for additional public outreach. And then the director could elevate the review to the Planning Commission if the director finds that there's some concern about some more community concern or interest in the project than is typical. And then for larger projects, 20 or more units, or a project that's requesting a plan development, so flexibility in the standards would be reviewed at the commission level. And then that incorporation by Planning Commission of the flexible design review path would not change whether or not projects at the smaller level, the 20 or less, it wouldn't elevate it. It wouldn't be a plan development that would elevate it to Planning Commission. That'd be at the staff level. Staff was not 100% sure that's exactly what we want, to have that discretion at the staff level, but we thought that we didn't want to penalize smaller projects, so we just wanted to see how it worked, and if we thought that it became more challenging, we can always change it in the future. Additionally, we're proposing to maintain our 2-year entitlement period, so try to help projects move forward more expeditiously. But we're allowing that all time extensions be reviewed at the staff level rather than at the original review authority level, but still applying the same criteria that they're diligently pursuing construction, showing that they're doing the work and not necessarily just waiting out the period. So those are all the requirements for these deed-restricted housing incentives. Once you meet all that criteria, all projects would be eligible for all of these incentives in front of you. So a project would be allowed to have a 10% density bonus with a minimum 1 extra unit. That's for all projects. For projects with 100% deed restricted units, Planning Commission recommended that we bump that up to 25% density bonus. So it wouldn't be cumulative, it would just be 25%. So they're proposing to provide that extra incentive for those types of projects. Planning Commission and Council at previous meetings discussed that the general plan was where we talked a lot about density, what was appropriate, had our community involved quite a bit in that process, and increasing it through additional density bonuses or through dwelling unit equivalents may not be appropriate at this time, and maybe we just would go forward with our general plan and with this additional density, which is similar to what's allowed in the density bonus law for our typical inclusionary housing requirements, and see it as an experiment and see what happens in our community. Additionally, all projects are exempt from inclusionary and workforce housing requirements in this program, and then all projects would be allowed a reduction in parking similar to the density bonus law, which would be 1 per studio and 1 bedroom, 2 per 2 or 3 bedroom, and 2.5 for 4 or more. The only difference is that this program applies a 10% guest parking requirement. So all projects receive those incentives. Projects get additional incentives based off of the amount of deed-restricted housing they provide per project. So it's based on a proportion, it's a sliding scale. We've also built in that smaller projects, so small projects that are half an acre or smaller would get more incentives just because there are more site constraints likely on a smaller site. So we've created a menu of options. 2 different tiers are incorporated. So we've identified that tier 1 incentives are maybe more impactful to our community, and maybe they're kind of bigger ticket items that we want to maybe not we wanted to call out as important factors within our community. And then the tier 2 are slightly smaller, more project-based. So the tier 1 incentives, which are what I said, are slightly bigger community impactful incentives, include FAR increase consistent with the 2040 general plan, increases in height, including additional actual measured height and additional stories, parking flexibility, removing requirements for fully enclosed garages for deed-restricted units, allowing tandem parking for 50% of the parking requirement, and allowing on-street parking in the corridor mixed use. And that's something the Planning Commission discussed. We originally proposed, consistent with our other policies that are similar related to on-street parking, we required that the property owner or developer would be the ones that were responsible for snow removal or maintenance of those on-street parking spaces. The Planning Commission recommended that the town take that on. In your questions, we provided some background on why we made that recommendation. But today we're recommending that we maintain our current policies of having the private property owner, if it is for the benefit of that private project, that it should be maintained by the private property owner. I do note that this is only within the CMU zoning district, which is in the envisioned DPR corridor. We have completed the western portion of the envisioned DPR improvements, which has on-street parking and has a CFD that does the on-site management or the on-street management. There is potential that the eastern side of the envisioned DPR project will go forward and the CFD could be expanded. In Tier 2, the incentives include reductions in landscaping requirements, setback requirements, and parking requirements. We've also talked to Planning Commission about the open space and site coverage requirements. Originally, we reduced both of those requirements, or increased or reduced, depending on which is more beneficial, by 15%. We kept that for other zoning districts, except for in RM. We're proposing to increase the site coverage standard to 60%. Based on Planning Commission's recommendation, and then for open space requirements, reducing the open space requirements to 0% for small projects and 20% for slightly larger projects, sites. So this is a summary of what we just talked about. All projects are required to meet the minimum density, minimum number of units, minimum percentage of deed restricted units, and the objective design standards, unless flexible design review is used. All projects can receive a density bonus, exemption from inclusionary and workforce housing requirements, parking reductions, staff level time extensions, and staff level review for small and medium-sized projects. And then there's a menu of development code standard incentives should the project want to, depending on how many deed restricted units a project is proposing. As noted, we also are proposing changes to the objective design standards chapter of the development code, incorporating historic design standards. While we're creating this chapter, we were creating historic design standards for this program, and we realized why we should be, if we're proposing it for projects that we're trying to incentivize, we should also incorporate it for the rest of our multifamily residential projects. So we created some minimal historic design standards that we're proposing as a first phase of historic design standards. If there's a larger effort to create objective historic design standards in the future, that'll come before you at a later date. So that this portion is broken up into three parts. There's general standards that apply to all projects in the Historic Preservation Overlay District, materials, windows, exterior lighting, and then there's more nuanced requirements based off of whether or not it's a site that has a historic resource or a site that's just a non-historic building or a modification to a non-historic building. So if it's a brand new building, there are some requirements, trying to keep in mind the compatibility and context of the character, but it's maybe not as stringent as the historic resources standards. Two standards that I'm calling out here that you may want to discuss are a little bit different than what we see typically in our development code, but it's more about proportion of the new structure in comparison to the historic structures near the project, and then where it's located in relation to the front setback. So we can talk about that further if you'd like. So the objective design standard path, there's multitudes. The two columns on the right of the pink line are in relation to the deed restricted program. So if you're outside of the historic district, but you're using that program, you can go through design review either by meeting all the minimum objective design standards and checking all the boxes and saying great. Or you could choose to do a voluntary flexible design review, which then you'd apply design guidelines. You'd work with, there'd be some discretion. You'd work with staff in the Planning Commission. For the projects within the historic district using this program, You could either meet the minimum objective design standards and the historic design standards and call it good, or you can go through the voluntary flexible design review process and use the design guidelines, particularly the historic design guidelines, and go through HPAC review. We've incorporated HPAC's recommendations related to material, roof, slope, character-defining architectural features that they reviewed at their November meeting. We've also incorporated Planning Commission's modifications to requirements regarding front yard fencing, board and batten siding, sizing, a material list, and window size, and that's all within your draft ordinance before you. And finally, the last chapter that we've made substantive changes to is the plan developments chapter. We've added a new project mandatory feature. There is other features include affordable housing requirements, a major public amenity, and additional green features and green building techniques beyond our building code. This last one applies to deed-restricted projects only. And in order to be eligible for a planned development, you'd have to have 5 or more residential units, and the residential floor area has to be equal to or greater than half the floor area of the project, so mostly residential. 100% of the residential units are required to be deed restricted, and then we've kind of tightened the parameters of what you can ask as part of the planned development. In other areas, you can ask for kind of whatever development standard you want. There's a lot of discretion involved by the Planning Commission to determine whether or not it's a superior project. What we've identified as the exact where you can make modifications is to the balconies, decks, and patio section, which we talked about, the storage section, increasing the amount of incentives in that chart. So if there's only 3 allowed, you can ask for 5. You can ask for a change to the flexibility within each incentive. So instead of a 5-yard setback reduction, you can ask for a 7 yards setback reduction. And the reason why we kind of created this as a pretty tight parameter is we want to make sure we want to push people to try to use the ordinance that we've created to see if it works. This path, the planned development path, is very, I think, desirable. It's kind of easier to use. You can flex everything if you want to. We want to try to make it more encouraging to use a deed restricted chapter and try to, since we have gone through the effort of making it, if we think that there are changes that we should make, it's too onerous, we could definitely change it. We think this is an experiment. We want to see if it works. So questions for you as part of this chapter is, do you think this encourages the use of the standard incentive ordinance, or do you think it really just makes it like you want to use the plan development because that ordinance is too challenging? Would this project mandatory feature help create a superior project? Do you think it's enough to say it's a project mandatory feature? Or do you think more flexibility should be incorporated into this process? So those are some thought-provoking questions for you. And I do want to note that this doesn't slam the door on other options within our development code. This is just one option. As we stated before, this is one tool. And we're not necessarily saying all housing projects have to be deed-restricted housing projects that comply with this program. We're still looking for traditional affordable housing projects. So there are other options. We still have our standard planning process. You can comply with our standards for density, inclusionary housing, and development standards. You can go down the streamlined residential path, objective design standards, flexible design review. You can also go down our planned development process, provide 25% affordable housing. Planned development options. There's also the state density bonus law, which means that you can comply with the minimum density requirements, get additional density, request incentives and concessions as long as you provide that minimum percentage of affordable housing. And then this homegrown housing program that we're discussing today, you can comply with the minimum qualifications, objective design standards, or flexible design review, or you can also use the planned development. So there are many options for you to pursue if you were seeking a housing project in Truckee. I will not go through this slide, but this is here for us to discuss if you'd like. These are the other related development code cleanups. We've received 3 public comments, last I looked, from Jason Toops, our Planning Commission Chair, who provided context from the Planning Commission's perspective on their recommendations on income eligibility, the 55-year term, the studio cap removal, and the required amenities. MAP provided feedback where they do not support the inclusionary and workforce housing exemption, supports the studio cap, and is concerned about the review authority changes in terms of allowing, providing more specific thresholds for when the community development director would elevate it to planning commission. And we received public comment from Paradigm 8 where they do not support the studio cap, supports the use of dwelling unit equivalents, supports increased site coverage, reduced open space requirements, supports a more flexible plan development approach, relaxation of eligibility criteria, would like to see a 55-year term without a renewal, and removal of massing and material variation requirements. With that, staff's recommendation today is to determine the amendments to be, well, first, Planning Commission's recommendation is to adopt with modifications as noted in this staff report. Staff's recommendation is to determine determine the amendments to be exempt from CEQA because the adoption is not because the ordinance and resolution is not a project pursuant to sections 15060C2 and C3 of Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations, and because under section 15061B3 of CEQA, these changes are not would not have the potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. Introduce ordinance 2026-06, adopting amendments in support of 2040 general plan implementation to the Truckee Municipal Code Title 18 for the deed restricted housing incentives ordinance and cleanup amendments, and adopt resolution 2026-11, establishing the qualifying income limits for the deed restricted housing incentives, which would not go into effect until the ordinance is in effect. And that's my presentation today, but I am here for any questions.
I'll just add that I think within the last hour-ish, maybe a little bit more, but since we started the meeting, 2 more public comments came in from Hayes Parsleyback, and perhaps he will elaborate on them more during open public comment. So I'll leave that to him.
Thank you for that heads up. Okay. We asked a lot of questions in advance, but I'm sure we have more. Would you like to start us off, Councilmember Pallavi?
Sure. Yumi, you did that in under 15 minutes, which is amazing. So maybe just quickly on our procedure tonight, because basically what you have in front of us is to adopt what you've been presented in the staff report. So if edits are going to be made, we seem to have lots of differing opinions, both public comment, probably up here as well. Are we looking at you coming back in a future meeting and not adopting these ordinances tonight? Or are you going to try to make changes on the fly, or just so we have a better idea of sort of what our goal here is?
I think it's up to you. I mean,
Okay.
If it's a very complex amount of changes, we can always come back.
Okay.
I think that's right. I think it's worth noting, though. I mean, you've heard this, Planning Commission has heard this, so because of the complexity, I think there's a point that you need to move forward and then we can adjust. It doesn't necessarily have to be tonight, but I don't know that perfection is going to happen the first round.
And I was going to just start that out by saying I do have even more questions that continue to come up. I think all of our public commenters bring up really interesting questions. I know sometimes we edit things on the fly here. I just didn't know if this was going to be one of them, depending on the complexity of what gets asked. And, you know, anytime Andy wants to chime in,
well,
it generally means no.
If it's anything beyond very, very simple changes, I would request that we come back at a later date.
Yeah. And just to also be clear for council members, I'm not looking for perfection either. We'll see where we get to. And then, Mayor, you can decide what our course of action ends up being.
We also have the ordinance that will have to come back to us on a second meeting, right? So we will have the opportunity to look at that. And if it's not what we thought it was, we could
go back,
do something about it. So I feel, yes, we're under a bit of pressure to try to get this as best as we could, but we still have that one exit door.
Yeah, and I think it's just really complicated, and I'm all for moving forward without perfection and just seeing what happens here. So with that said, let me get some of maybe my higher level questions before we get super deep into the weeds. Planning Commissioner Toops is also here, so maybe in your public comments, you can maybe address this as well. But first, I'll ask it of staff. Do you think that the theme of, and I super apologize that I didn't get to watch your meeting, but was the theme of the Planning Commission's comments to generally enact a fairly significant amount more flexibility and leniency than what staff's recommendation brought to the table? What was sort of like that overarching theme that it seems like they were sort of grasping for?
I think it originally started out that way. There was discussion about being a little more flexible. They did build in a little more flexibility, especially with the flexible design review approach. I think that's the biggest component that they added.
Right.
But I think throughout the discussion, they realized that a lot of these things were creating an objective path. And so they thought if you are adding that flexible design review path, then there's still that out that you can always use if you wanted to.
I think I'll just add as well that the Planning Commission, from my observation of watching it, so maybe it offered a little different perspective, they really struggled with some of what I think you have struggled with, is that balance of, do we be really flexible and see if we can get a lot and then pull back, or do we offer less to begin with and continually offer more to get until we get to that point? And there was a lot of narrative and discussion around that, and I don't know that we really got a 3-2 in one way or the other. They were trying to balance that.
I appreciate that color commentary, and I will definitely go back and review that meeting before we hear this for the second time, potentially. Okay, so, man, it's hard to keep this so focused. Maybe I'm just I'll continue to start at the high level. So can a planned development, so if you go back a couple slides, are you basically saying that the review, a flexible review, is going to then result in a planned development application? Is that what we're saying?
So there's two types of flexibility in this. There's a flexible design review, which is just for those objective standards, like the massing, the materials, the historic design standards. The planned development looks at all the other development standards, like the setbacks and the site coverage.
So there are basically three paths. There's follow the book. There's flexibility just within the design piece of it.
Yes.
Or then there's going to be a planned development, which is just like part 3, and you're kind of getting back into that, asking for what you're picking off different things, basically. And will a planned development go to a review authority no matter what?
Yes, it'll go to Planning Commission.
So planned development goes to Planning Commission no matter what tier it falls in.
That's correct.
Okay. And then the flexible design maintains the tiered system that you've presented.
That's correct.
And then let's maybe, while we're on this high level stuff, speak to maybe MAP's comments. And again, I think this continues to sort of be a theme for our comments as well, which is sort of we're like starting to hand, or at least being suggested that we should be handing staff more subjectivity in their decision making, right? We experienced this in our last meeting on other topics. It's coming back to us here. We're sort of getting into this middle ground of like, is it 5 public comments that warrants a planning commission meeting, right? Like, this was part of that parking conversation. It's coming up here. I think we're all begging for a little bit more clarity on some of these things when we are seeing staff discretion. So maybe you want to provide some examples of what the type of discretion we're going to be looking for is, and how we and how we anticipate that seeing it, I guess, so that it is discretion.
It is something that already lives in our code, where anything that's reviewed at the staff level can be elevated by the director to the Planning Commission level. So we have used it in the past. I'd say an example is when we brought the temporary use permits for the Grays Crossing events. We brought that to the Planning Commission because there was quite a bit of public comment. There was a little bit of discretion there was a lot of discretion because it was a temporary use permit. So we brought it to the commission. Typically, we don't I don't think we do it very frequently. Maybe Danielle can weigh in on when she's done it more frequently, but I think the most recent time was for a single family home in a historic district that was caused a little bit of concern from our community.
I think I've only done it maybe twice in 8 years, and it's usually because it's potentially precedent setting or is something that there's a lot of sort of public interest in that rises above just a zoning administrator level review where having the planning commission's eyes on it benefits the community.
Yeah. I guess to what level of degree can the public be rest assured that they'll have a public opportunity? I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Or can we say, 5 public comments on a certain project or something like that? I mean, would that even raise your eyebrows type of thing?
Yeah, I don't think you can do it based on number of public comments because it really does have to kind of get to that level of almost being like precedent setting or something so unusual that the code didn't anticipate it. I mean, most things that are at a neighborhood level, I'm resolving either through the director approvals or as zoning administrator, and all of those levels still have public engagement and opportunity to comment built in. So the way it's structured in the code right now, it's sort of at the director's discretion, and I think every director is going to have a different view of that, but I think from my perspective, it's really just something that rises to the level of the planning commission's interest.
Yeah. Matt talked about the inclusionary and workforce housing exemption. I guess, in my opinion, or let me use an example. So you have a project and it has 60%, or excuse me, because more than 50%. Yeah. So it has 60%, deed restricted utilization of all of our programs, 40% market rate. Is staff taking sort of the opinion that the inclusionary / workforce housing is being met by that market rate product that's part of the same project?
There's a little bit of that where you find, like, we don't know exactly what that tipping point is, but 15% inclusionary requirements, where does that become market rate in terms of the loss or benefit to the developer? So I think there's a little bit of that in our mind. It's also, if somebody's actually doing inclusionary, deed-restricted, inclusionary housing, they're already eligible for state density bonus. So if the only incentive are these deed restriction, non-monetary deed restriction incentives instead of not the monetary ones, then there would be no reason to use this program.
Yeah.
I think this really started, I think the Edmonds team kind of highlighted this originally, and that in going through the plan development for Edmonds, like if you have a fully deed restricted project, isn't that a public benefit in and of itself? And so kind of keeping that in mind and working through some of this, the goal of the program is to deed restrict housing units. So if we're achieving that, I think our thought process was, do we need that inclusionary workforce housing piece of it in addition to that? It could go either way.
Yeah. I just wanted to get some answers to some of the public comments, and I don't disagree or necessarily agree. Let's dive a little bit into the dwelling unit equivalent and how it's being sort of applied or not applied. Oh, you have a slide. Good job, Yumi. Sort of how it's being, I guess, interpreted / applied in what you're presenting versus maybe what Brian presented in his public comment, and just walk us through that at a more basic level.
I think Paradigm 8's comment came solely from having more flexibility, not relying on a lesser number of 25%. With the dwelling unit equivalents, you can get an extra, you could double your density. So it's providing some flexibility there that they might want. I think most of their comments are trying to provide more flexibility to the developer.
I guess maybe what I'm asking is the density bonus is only going to be based on a single unit, right? So for the public's perspective, from our, yes, versus a DUE, you're able to utilize portions of things, and it's not a fixed unit based on a number of bedroom, basically. It's getting back to the bedroom count versus unit count.
Right, and the dwelling unit equivalents incentivizes studio units if they want more density, which is why we kind of went away from that, since that was council's original goal, was to maybe reduce how many studios we get in each project. It's also, with Planning Commission's discussion, they were concerned about just the messaging of what a density is to the community. It's clear to say everyone understands what a unit is. Nobody really understands what a dwelling unit equivalent is unless you're diving deep.
Yeah, but we've also found dwelling unit equivalents to be a little bit more effective in how we measure things, and actually the number of peoples that we house is sort of at least something we go back and forth with. So I guess my question is, why is what? And maybe clarify the first question, which is, are we axing DUEs from this chapter completely and only using the term density bonus? And if you're shaking your head yes, which I see you're doing, is that purely from a studio cap perspective? Because now staff suggested a studio cap. Planning Commission said no, so you're presenting us the document we have in front of us today has 0 percentage of a studio cap. So if we added dwelling unit equivalents back in addition to a cap, we'd kind of be meeting both of those things in the middle, or where? Help me.
You could. I mean, if you look at these examples on the right-hand side, it shows you what either of these, whether you use a dwelling unit equivalent or 25% density bonus, it tells you what you can get. So if you're using an 18 dwelling unit per acre site, 1 acre site, it's 18 dwelling units is the base density. If you add a 25% density bonus to that, you can get 22 units. And that could be any type of unit, a studio, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom really, if somebody wanted to. For projects that are using if you're using a dwelling unit equivalent, you could have up to 36 studio units on this project site instead of 18. You could have, and if you apply a 40% studio max, which is what we kind of talked about with the Planning Commission at their meeting, that would result in, this isn't the only iteration, but 28 total units, 12 studios, 8 1-bedrooms, and 8 2-bedroom units. And it's a little bit of a shell game and math game. As you can see, the dwelling unit equivalent doesn't actually round to 18. It's always a little bit less than 18. So this gives you different iterations. There's many other iterations you can look at.
And can you utilize both? Could we say you can have a 25% density bonus or utilize DUEs? Or is that way too confusing?
You could. I mean, that is an option in our current code. What we've been starting to see a little bit with these density bonuses, what we've seen, is that people use both, which isn't quite clear in our code right now, where you have dwelling unit equivalent, and then you say, I want 25% density bonus on top of that. So that would get you up to 36 times 25, 1.25.
So what we don't have is a definition of like where to start.
I mean, the density bonus law is very permissive, so that's why we allow for both. Here, we're saying we're just using one or the other. Okay. Because staff's perspective is, for clarity purposes to the community, we did talk extensively about density during our general plan discussion, and we didn't really talk about the dwelling unit equivalents during that process. That wasn't really a discussion point with the community where we said, well, this project that we're showing here is 12 units, but it actually could be 24 units. We had never had that discussion.
Right. We also didn't discuss like, hey, do we want a town full of studios or do we want a town full of 2 bedrooms, right? And we don't really have a choice or a way to differentiate on that. So I think that's a conundrum for me, at least, that definitely going to want to talk about. And in Brian's example, and you can speak to more of this obviously in your public comment, I mean, is his math correct? I mean, I'm not trying to call out your public comments right now, but like basically in his example of a public comment, we wouldn't have the project that we have if we weren't using dwelling unit equivalents.
Yes. I'm assuming, I didn't dive into it too deeply.
You didn't check his math, Yumi? Jeez, somebody has to.
I don't disagree that a dwelling unit equivalent did help the project get to where it is.
Right.
What I would say about this project site is we did go a much higher density than anywhere else in town. So that is also in addition to the dwelling unit equivalent, so that might be something that you would like to consider if you want to see more density on sites. But I also would say that the Edmonds Loft project hasn't been constructed. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. That's also an experiment.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we want to, we're not necessarily hedging all of our bets on just that project. We're trying to think holistically.
Thank you. That did not help improve my clarity.
We can always come back for more questions.
Totally. And I'm going to be, I think those are actually most of them. Let me quickly, subjectivity, 27% density bonus. And to be clear, that was both a staff and planning commission recommendation was to stick with option 1 above.
Staff just proposed both the questions to Planning Commission. We didn't provide a recommendation.
I
In
see.
this current iteration, staff recommended it partly because of Commission's recommendation, but it does also make sense, their reasoning, we think.
Understood. And I think that's actually it. What was the deal with the increase in laundry amenities? Why are we picking that apart?
That was just a recommendation from the commission. If you'd like to remove it, that's up to you. But they thought that it wasn't enough laundry facilities for a project, 1 per 5 units.
Have we heard that?
When we've done monitoring on other sites in our on affordable housing sites, we have heard that they don't have enough laundry facilities, and they have actually added it voluntarily.
And that's 1 per 5 units, not dwelling unit equivalents.
Yes.
Because once we decide how we proceed with that, that's just a whole nother can of worms. I think I'm good for right now. Thank you.
Okay, and before I turn it over to you, Councilmember Romack, I want to make sure I've got my acronyms right. There was one slide where you had ADU and SB, whatever, state density bonus law. I recognize that one. But then there was an acronym HAA. Remind me what that is?
That's the Housing Accountability Act.
Okay, thank you.
More quick question. I super apologize. On the parking, go forward 1 or 2 slides. Is that a change from state density bonus law, or is that just aligned with state density bonus law? Is it less aggressive?
The only change to state density bonus law is that we added a 10% guest parking requirement, where density bonus law doesn't require any guest parking.
We added a 10%, but otherwise the parking requirements are the same, correct?
Yes, that's
correct. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I'm good.
The
Thank you.
ratios are the same.
The what?
The ratios are the same.
Yeah,
yes.
Precisely.
All right, Councilmember Romack.
Thank you. Thanks for all those questions. A few more, just clarifying for everyone. So as the non-monetary incentives that we're discussing and the monetary incentives that we've discussed previously, a project could do both, or could they only do one?
They could do both.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. There was a little question, and I know the Planning Commission discussed, eligibility for ADA and seniors. And staff is saying that you are working on how those 2 metrics could fit in our housing program more broadly, so not recommending adding that at this time. I think this question was asked previously, but for the public, what do you foresee the timeline for that being?
For the seniors, we think maybe in the fall that we'll be able to come back. It may be first that the Housing Division comes back with their program guidelines. If you're okay with the language, then we can work on it behind the scenes for either the new development code amendment, or we can also amend the resolution for the qualifying incomes, which is a little quicker of a process than the development code updates.
Okay, thank you. And then back to the review for projects 11 to 20 that we were kind of discussing. Thank you. 11 to 20 units would typically be reviewed by the staff level, provided additional public outreach is conducted with director discretion to elevate to the Planning Commission. Does that mean there would be some sort of public outreach? And is that, Danielle, what maybe you were kind of saying, like there's always some sort of public outreach with
There's
projects?
always public outreach. For smaller projects, it's just a postcard. And we invite comment from neighbors within 500 feet. For this medium-sized project, we created an outline within the ordinance about the developer, sorry, I'm pointing at developers. The project proponent would have to do outreach before they come in. And it would outline exactly what needs to be done, similar to what we do already, but they would be doing it ahead of time so that potentially they could incorporate that within their project and then make it a more streamlined approach, we're hoping.
Great, thank you. And then, let's see. I had a question related to the decks and balconies that you had. And you mentioned the exterior walkway could be counted. So I guess in Planning Commission's recommendation that there has to be decks for 50% of the units, 30% square feet of deck minimum dimension, that could just be the common walkways? Like, could there be a project where there's not any sort of decks, it's all just common walkway the way it's written right now?
It could be. I mean, if this was a fourplex, this diagram on the right, then they could, if these areas meet the minimum dimensions, then yes, it could be that they don't have actual decks.
Okay, thank you. And then, since we're on this slide, the storage area, so as Planning Commission recommended it, it's 24 square foot of storage per bedroom, but that could be anyway. There's nothing right now dictating a proportion for the deed restricted units, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then last question, and again, I should disclose, I talked to Sophia Heydrich from MAP today on the phone. So she was talking about the inclusionary, and I appreciate the questions already. Was there any thought around some sort of metric based on the percentage of deed restricted units? So that way, if it's 100% deed restricted, great. But if it's a 50-50 project, consideration of still some sort of inclusionary, or again, staff just feels you're covering your need for locals housing?
I wouldn't say I feel anything about it. I think in general, our stance as staff is that we'd like a mixed income project, and low income housing projects are something that is still necessary within our community per the state and per metrics that we find in our community. So I don't think we know the exact number. I think if you would like us to do some more research into what that number is, or if there is a tipping point, then we could do that additional research. We just didn't.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Romack. I just have a couple. So the on-street parking for these units, would those be restricted to residents only, or would those also be publicly accessible?
They would be publicly accessible. And the idea is that since it is mostly for mixed use, staff believes that for the most part, it would probably be used to meet non-residential parking requirements, and then it would be used by the public. But that's not explicitly stated in the...
Okay. And then the reduction in the setbacks, we've had complaints from neighbors that have snow shedding from their neighbor's shed or whatever. So is there a means to evaluate that, to try to, even though we're providing some flexibility in the setbacks, that we're still making sure we're not allowing for those types of circumstances?
I believe, it's been a little while since I read that section again. I believe that we did incorporate that if similar language that's elsewhere in our code, where if it is shedding towards the property line, that it has to be either non-shedding material or have a snow fence, but I can confirm that.
Okay. How often does Nevada County update their AMI numbers?
It's the state, and they do it annually.
They do it annually, once a year?
May, yeah. So we'll know soon.
So we could have a recession or hyperinflation going on, and it's going to take us a year to adjust that AMI. Or more, because once we learn the number, then we would have to bring it back here to make an adjustment.
Under the resolution as it's currently drafted, it would just be whatever the AMI is at that time. So it wouldn't change. If we wanted to add in the actual amount of the purchase price, the $700,000 or thereabouts, we'd have to then come back if we wanted to adjust it.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are all my questions. I'm sure we'll come up with more as we try to answer all of your questions. So I'm open up to public comment. I know there's a few people that are interested. If you would please make your way to the podium, and you have 3 minutes. Make sure the light is on. And at the end, if you would be so kind as to fill out a comment card so we can make sure to get your name correct in the minutes.
Hi, Mayor, council members. My name is Jason Toops, Planning Commissioner. I'll just run through some quick answers, just more context. So, Councilmember Pallavi, you asked, was the theme to direct more flexibility? I think yes at the start, and then we kind of got cautious because we don't want bad projects. We were looking a lot at projects that we have approved for inspiration. At the same time, we don't want to write a whole chapter and have nothing get built under it, right? So we do want to see some projects come through. If we don't get anything, we've learned something, but we could have learned more. Second, the studio cap and DUEs. So eliminating the studio cap and using DUEs, both of these things encourage more studios. So we chose to eliminate the studio cap, but not allow the usage of DUEs as a balance. You could go the opposite way, right? You could do DUEs, but then add in a studio cap, which is what I think Yumi was presenting. That's basically a balance between allowing some, allowing the market to kind of decide what the right mix is, but not going too far. Up to you. It's hard to decide. Of course, the final cap on studios is, of course, the market, right? There will not be a million studios because they would not all get rented. The last was eligibility. I think when we wrote these, we were thinking that someone might use the development chapter even if there was no money available. What I thought I heard staff just say was that's not realistic because they'll just use density bonus, but I might be wrong. Okay, so if that is possible, that there might not be money, but someone would still use the chapter, then you might want to consider different eligibility. But if this is only ever going to get used when money is available, then it should probably align with your eligibility from the monetary incentives. And then lastly, on storage, I could be misremembering this, Yumi, but I thought we were saying that the storage could be in like a shared storage area, and that everyone would need, their 24 square feet or whatever. I didn't think that we had intended it for it to be like some people get 50 square feet of storage and some people get 0. This was a hearing that was almost 6 months ago, though, so I could be wrong. So excited for you guys to wrestle with that one. That's all.
Thank you, Jason. Do we have other public comment? On up.
Brian Helm from Paradigm 8. I submitted a pretty long comment. Sorry about that. I won't go through those now. I'll just give a little background, maybe respond to some questions that have been raised so far. First, whenever I submit those comments, none of them are meant to be adversarial. There's really no hills I'm ready to die on in any of those comments. They're meant to be providing perspective of someone trying to apply the code that's been written to actual projects and projects that are really hard to do and they struggle to be feasible. So that's what they are meant to be. And as we started this whole process, we sort of saw the objective of the code revision in homegrown housing, to provide alternative to state density bonus so the town could sort of retake control of the deed restricted housing projects and to provide an alternative pathway. And so this code is sort of helpful and necessary, but not sufficient really to incentivize that. And from our perspective, I think for the most part, 100% of the projects that are using homegrown housing will try to use this, and other projects this won't be feasible. So on the 3 design processes, I wouldn't get too hung up on it. I don't think flexible design is really ever going to be used except for maybe site orientation. If you can't make that work, I know we struggle with it on Edmonds. Most of the other stuff, you're just going to do it and meet the objective design standards. The PD is what is going to get used when there's too many constraining variables. That's going to happen on small sites. I kind of gave the 2 examples, coverage and density. When you get to too many constraining variables, we're just going to get pushed there. I think the PD, as it's currently been revised a few times, works, but it seemed counterproductive or counterintuitive to us that it got harder to use, not easier than the original code. Hence my comments. let's see here. The reason we got a lot of studios at Edmonds was because we were told to maximize the number of units we could get on the site, and so we put smaller units. Our next project, we took the demand study, gave it to our architect and say, hey, it's 22% studio, it's 50-something% one bed, and it's 27% two beds, and we sort of got a project that looks a little bit like that, a little bit less studio, but good developers are going to match what the market is asking for. Too many studios are just, they're not going to get rented. And then we're fine with the inclusionary housing requirement. We're fine putting the 80% in. We were just sort of asking if we're doing 100% deed restricted, don't make it a mitigation. Let us use that to qualify for more credits in the homegrown housing. We're fine with providing lower income rates. That was where the comment sort of originated from, not to not do that product. And then really quick, I think that's it. You got my DUE comments. I think it's powerful, so that's why we just liked what the original code said. So anyways, thanks. Appreciate all the effort.
Thank you very much. We appreciate all of your time in this, in reviewing them. Your comments were very helpful.
Hayes Parsleybuck, Paradigm 8. Good evening. I submitted a little bit late comments on both of these topics, so I won't try to rehash everything, but just give you guys the high points. On the 55-year renewal on transfer, I don't know that really affects, we're really a build and hold scenario, but I just think these comments are really overarching relative to trying to make sure that we create a framework that incentivizes housing get built in Truckee. I think that requirement or that idea originally started from for sale individual units, where upon that 55-year term, it would basically restart as a qualification for the person living in that residence on a for sale project. I think this being applied to a multifamily project where it's not owner occupied is a little bit different scenario, and so maybe something that's worth looking into a little bit deeper. I did a little junior Esquire badge research today, and I don't know, but it looks like there could be potential legal implications relative to being a quote unquote unreasonable constraint on property. I don't know whether that's an issue or not, but something again to maybe look at if it becomes an issue down the road. I think with regards to homegrown housing, when you put in place the deed restriction at the outset, there's a balancing act, right? You get a deed restriction and then that gets paid for. On the renewal, that's not occurring. And I think, again, I don't know that we're going to run into this, but I think my concern would be if you've got folks in the market that you've got certain developers out there, and then you have folks that want to come in and buy like a project. This might fit their portfolio or their fund requirements. And so being able to incentivize those transactions occur could be really good for the community, because those transactions occur, it goes to a long-term holder who operates a property. And through that sale, it frees up a bunch of capital to go do another project. This type of requirement really disincentivizes transactions to occur. It's a strong disincentive for a transaction to happen. So I think that's just something I would urge you to look at and maybe dig into a little bit further. Again, as Brian said, I don't think that's an item that we're overly exercised about. I think it's just something that we've scratched our head a bit on it. This next comment, already 3 minutes already. I can leave it.
I will give you an extra 30. Go ahead.
Okay.
We'd love to hear the rest.
On the LEED gold requirements, I'm all for LEED, was a LEED AP for many years. I think what I would look at there is in California, Title 24 already hits a very high standard, and this would push that requirement even higher. It's even more difficult than the rest of California because we're in a climate zone that makes just achieving basic levels at the new Title 24 Chapter 6 requirements very stringent and, quite frankly, borderline infeasible. And so, at best, I think this section doesn't get used. At worst, it could create, if they need that option to be utilized to qualify for the rest of the chapter, it could be a hindrance there.
Thank you very much, Hayes. Appreciate your time. Any other public comments on this agenda item? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment on this and bring us back to deliberation. I suggest we pick off these topics 2 or 3 at a time, try to get through those. And Yumi's been so kind as to put the little stars to remind us where we need to focus. So let's see, which sections do we want to, I guess we'll start with these tiers.
And can I just ask one more quick question?
Open space.
Where's the lead? Where did the lead stuff even come from?
Yeah, I
Your
don't
public
remember
comment
seeing
was
that
like the
either.
first time.
That's an existing project mandatory feature in the plan development. So it's one of the other
Oh, just for PDs. Okay.
For a PD.
Yes.
So we're not having sort of a separate set of PDs. So if you want to do a PD, you have to meet a LEED Gold standard.
No, that's one option.
Oh,
Or you
that's
could do
one
25%
option.
affordable housing, traditional affordable housing.
Okay.
Or you could do a public amenity, or you can go down this path.
That's what I thought. It's an option, right? So there's no LEED anything requirement on any of these projects.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't know where that all came from.
Okay. I think one of the more interesting ones is this open space site coverage. From the example of Edmonds Loft, I can see how that 60% would be a challenge. But of course, my concern there, I'm just jumping into this one because it's right in front of us. My concern there is, we provide flexibility and allow additional coverage, but are we setting ourselves up for some unintended consequences because we did not adequately prepare for snow storage or site infiltration or snow shedding and those types of things? So that's my comment on that. Like, yes, I'm willing to be more flexible than 60%, but I still want those assurances.
Can I ask staff a question around that?
Mm-hmm.
These developments would have to have snow storage site plans, correct? Like to be approved, or how does that work to ensure if they're minimizing setbacks, there's still ample snow storage?
Yes, they would have to have a snow storage plan. There are multiple different options, including providing just the percentage of affordable snow storage that you need, which is 50% of the vehicle circulation area, or they could do an off-haul plan or some alternative. So,
And Brian's comments, and first of all, we don't take any. We love public comment of all shapes, sizes, and forms and tones. We don't care. Any public comment is always a good public comment, and at least speaking for me. So don't ever take it like we're attacking your public comment. We're using your public comment to help further inform us 100% of the time. So we appreciate all public comments. And I'm going to point to your public comment right now because it's the one that made the most sense to me. And I'm wondering how we get there, right? I think the essence of your public comment was plan for your stormwater, plan for your snow storage, and are we willing to sacrifice the rest of the site as long as those requirements are being met, is essentially what your public comment said, I think, correct? Yeah, on small sites, right? On sites that are in that minute area. So I guess my question to staff is more, do we feel like we're getting there? Because that to me is a common sense approach that would create as much flexibility as possible and is kind of how we plan for at Edmonds Loft on small sites. It's what we're looking for at the end of the day.
I think it's a give and take. I mean, I think that is the sites, snow storage and drainage are the most important components of the impervious surfaces. There's also the aesthetics. If there's landscaping that's desirable, that's also part of it. If you don't think that that's important, then that's something we can consider. So I'd also contemplate whether or not you would be okay with like an off-haul plan so that the whole project would be paved except for this drainage areas, and if that's appropriate for these types of projects.
I mean, to me, on small sites, the answer is yes. I would answer those questions as
Are we defining
yes.
small sites as in less than half an acre? Is
Yeah,
that how
however,
we're
staff has
defining it?
already defined it, I
Okay,
think, in
that
their
is very small.
definitions.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super small, right? That's how staff's delineating it, half an acre and then anything above. So for me, however we want to articulate, I think that's always the hard part for us, is however we want to articulate ample snow storage, off-haul fine, and ample stormwater management. I am perfectly fine sacrificing landscaping and open space on a small site. That's the principle. You guys can write it out.
I'm in alignment with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. We got that one. We got one. While we're on this slide, on-street parking, how are you guys feeling about this one and the conflict with the Planning Commission?
I'll jump in. Because, yeah, the Planning Commission was proposing that the town would then be responsible. And, yeah, that's not a path that I want to go down at all. It puts us in a position where I'm sure lots of developments throughout town could then want the same thing. So I don't think we should go with Planning Commission's recommendation on that one.
Your thoughts, council member?
If the question is, should we allow for on-street parking, I'm okay with allowing for the 25% of on-street parking.
Yes.
I'm definitely not okay.
We're talking
no.
about the
Yeah, I'm in alignment with you, 100%.
Okay.
No, the town's not gonna all of a sudden do your snow storage just because you got on-street parking.
Okay, I think we have alignment on that. Is there anything else on this slide that either of you want to deliberate on or?
Not on this slide.
Okay.
I got plenty
I already
others.
spoke my piece about setbacks. It kind of goes to the site coverage. We just want to make sure that that's taken care of. Okay.
And you guys are just gonna follow along, and then you're gonna tell us when we get to the end what you want us to do? Basically?
Yumi's taking notes, so we'll
Right.
see if it meets the threshold.
That's
of,
what,
yes.
great. Just seeing where we're at.
Okay, where do you want to take us next, Yumi?
Wherever you want to go. You could talk about the tiers if you have any questions about these.
Let's talk about the tiers. Again, because we're looking at this in kind of two different categories, one with sites less than a half an acre and then all the others.
I think the tiers are quite genius. I like it. I think it was a good job. I mean, it's a great effort at balancing all of the pushing and pulling, I think. What it means in real life, we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Councilmember Romack?
Yeah, I agree. Great. I think overarching, we do a great job up here of trying things. So this is a good opportunity to try all this. So I think a lot of stuff, let's see how this works.
Okay, I can live with that. All right, density bonus. Who wants to kick off that conversation? Oh, where are you going? Right there.
I'm happy to. So if density bonus, if this is getting us into the dwelling unit equivalent conversation and studio caps and such, I don't know which one is more flexible. My guess is that density dwelling unit equivalents are going to be a more flexible tool at the end of the day. And within that, I'm more interested in retaining a studio cap and adding the dwelling unit equivalents back in. And I'll tell you why. One is we've worked really hard to envision a variety of housing units wherever it is in our community. And to me, that comes back to whether you have one building with a variety of units, whether you have a neighborhood with a variety of things, it doesn't matter. But to me, variety and options are going to be more appealing. And the market at the end of the day is going to dictate that. I heard I don't know if it was in a public comment or even in a conversation I had, what if a a ski resort comes and wants, 50 studio dorm style units, well, that's great because we don't have any ski areas in our jurisdiction other than Tahoe Donner, which already has their own set of restrictions. And those ski areas can go and build that in Placer County wherever they please, and they can create the products that they need to create if that's a product that they need to create for their specific purpose. I don't see that demand in our community. We've never seen a project like that. And I don't want to create an opportunity where we then have to have this sort of other type of conversation where a project comes in and it's all of a sudden pre-approved with 40 studio units on less than an acre, and we have this sort of like overly, that's gonna create more parking issues. There's gonna be higher impacts from that than from a mix. So to me, I'd rather see dwelling unit equivalents. I'd rather see a studio cap. And I think that then takes care of the density bonus incentive, right? Because then the density bonus is in the form of a dwelling unit equivalent.
Yes.
Yes, and we don't need to explicitly state a density bonus.
As contemplated by.
Okay.
With those dwelling unit
equivalents
Yeah.
added in, right? So basically I'm saying let the dwelling unit equivalents be a part of the calculation. Allow for it, right? Versus, I'll stop because I'm just going to repeat myself.
Yeah, and so I'll let Councilmember Romack jump in. So the question, I agree with you. I think the dwelling unit equivalents are much more flexible and allows that stratification for what the market demands. But we would still need to answer the question of what percentage would be the cap. I believe staff was recommending 40%, correct?
That was the previous discussion point.
Or that was,
yeah.
Okay.
You guys started at 40. Planning Commission knocked it to 0 and went the other way.
We started at 15% when there wasn't a dwelling
15.
unit equivalent because that was based off of the housing needs assessment
Right.
breakdown. And then we went to 40% as part of this discussion. But it was just an example.
And that's where I too am supportive of 40%.
Let's hear from Councilmember Romack.
Dun, dun, dun. I did have one question. A studio is not a dormitory, right? A studio has to have a kitchen.
Correct.
Yeah.
So just like that type of project could not be built as part of this, that you were a 50-unit dormitory. So just to I just wanted to clarify that. To be honest, I appreciated Jason's comments from the Planning Commission that it was kind of, they went with 25% density bonus and no studio cap. Could go either way. I kind of feel like I can go either way on this. My only piece would be if this is a thing that bumps us over to having to bring this ordinance back another time, then I would argue let's just keep it the way it is because it's not enough of a difference if we're not making a lot of other changes. And then, or wise old Andy, not old, wise Andy. Wise Andy.
Wise, handsome Andy.
Wise, handsome Andy. Yes. There we go. Says we're good, then I'm fine making changes. But I think, I mean, I'll be honest, I want to move forward with this tonight. I want to get something out there so we can start seeing how it works. So I don't want to tweak too many things that we have to bring it back for wise, handsome Andy to advise us on again.
That is excellent clarification. Councilmember Romack.
I would just say I'm concerned with not having a studio cap, and I agree. I'm not saying it's a dorm. Maybe I was being a little bit more extreme in my comments, but I think we're just doing like a studio is. There's a lot of them, and it's very affordable to build a studio. Yes, you have to rent them. Yes, the market's going to dictate it, but. we've been lucky enough to work with some professionals in the room. We don't know who the next project is going to be in the room, and we don't know what their long-term viability is going to be in the room. And that makes me nervous.
That's the unpredictability that we're trying to craft this
totally.
ordinance to hold.
I would add though, I think in our data, it's 700 and something studio units are needed in the housing needs assessment. So we still have a long way to go to meet the needs of our community with studio units, and I don't think that's going to happen ASAP. So I think that's something too, as we know we can make changes to this, and if we go down this route with no cap and we see it's all studio units, then we change it. But giving flexibility to developers to be able to fit the needs of their project might allow us to sample that. Again, if we're not changing a lot, I'm happy to go with the dwelling unit and studio cap, but that was just one caution on this one.
Okay, do we have any other concerns? Inclusionary workforce housing or the parking quantity? We've added the 10% guest parking. Any concerns here?
On the inclusionary workforce housing, I was definitely going to suggest retain inclusionary at a 50% or lower project. So if the project is doing 50% or fewer deed restricted units, then the inclusionary piece is retained. The inclusionary requirement is retained, but
Already, it's satisfied. Yeah.
no,
With that?
that it's required.
Yeah.
Only if it's 51% or higher, then it's satisfied.
Right.
Don't all these projects have to be 50% deed restricted?
As currently
yeah.
But 50% plus one.
Oh, I'm sorry. So they already have to be at 50%,
Yeah.
right? Then I think I'm satisfied. Thank you. Because that's an original, that's already in there. I'm
Right.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
One clarifying question, when you talked about the density increases, do you want to apply that to all projects or 100% deed restricted projects only?
The dwelling unit equivalents? And
Yes. Yeah, that density increase. Right now, as written, we have two tiers where the 10% density bonus applies to all projects, but 100% deed restricted projects are allowed 25% density bonus. So if you want to apply it to all projects, that's at your purview, or if you want to provide different levels, we will have to think about that.
Oh, is it currently written?
10% density bonus for all projects, and if you
And-
do 100% deed restriction,
25.
you get 25.
And then your question is whether or not we want to allow the dwelling unit equivalents for both of those options.
Yes.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I don't know what that looks like. Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Councilmember Romack?
What I was trying to get at with the inclusionary piece was that the inclusionary housing piece requires a certain income level. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So what I think I was trying to get at was that basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, in Edmonds, you ended up with two that were at 80% in order to satisfy that inclusionary housing piece, correct?
That's correct.
Even in a 100% deed restricted project.
Correct. And I think what we heard Brian say was that they were fine
Fine
with
with
that
that.
requirement, but they would have liked the monetary incentive for those, and they didn't get that.
But
Wasn't
that's
part
not
of
what
that
we're talking about right now.
No, but that's what you were
The
commenting.
monetary incentive for the inclusionary
Right.
pieces.
So it's okay to have that as a requirement, but let it be eligible for.
Yeah, so that's actually what I was trying
That's
to
right, right.
articulate. Thank you. I'm comfortable with what Jen just articulated and wanted to retain that ability so that if we get a 50% or more project, which qualifies for this, we are retaining some of those units at a lower inclusionary level.
Yeah.
That is what I was trying to say. And I'm fine with that. Do we have to adjust then the monetary incentives to identify that down the road? Is that what you're telling us?
Well, you haven't seen the final program
That's what I
guidelines.
thought. Oh,
So
yeah.
if there's some direction that you want to provide here, that's possibly something we can incorporate as part of the program guidelines.
Yeah, and we will be bringing the monetary incentives back to council. We've already discussed them with council, but we haven't brought back the updated guidelines, so that's something we could incorporate
Yeah,
if
so
directed to do so.
That's something that I would support. Like,
makes
allow
sense.
the monetary incentives to support the inclusionary units, but continue the inclusionary program so that we retain a mix of income levels.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed. I'm just, I think when we talked about it, monetary incentives not working for inclusion, monetary incentives wouldn't work for things that you were required to do, typically, right? So that's kind of why we said, so I guess just ensuring this is adding a layer to, they would now be required to do this inclusionary housing and we'll give them money. But in other things we've said, if you're required to do it, you don't get the incentive, right? So I don't know, it just seems.
I think the
Lynn's gonna come. give
Okay,
us
thank
some
you.
Thoughts on
Struggling
this.
with it.
Well, Lynn is coming. I think the difference is that in the scenario, it was 100% deed restricted project is a benefit. Allow the inclusionary units and that affordability requirement, but let's help offset the cost of that with the incentive. I think that's where there was that nuance of.
And maybe the incentive is just smaller. Like, as you come back to us with whatever that is, like, the inclusionary incentives can be smaller.
We can look at that. We don't have data to support that. So when it comes back, we aren't going to have a data point to say, like, this is why it's this amount. Yeah.
So currently, the program as of right now, and yeah, it is. Can you not hear me? I can hear you. Okay. So yeah, so currently, as the program as adopted and the changes that we brought back in January, proposed changes we brought back in January, any unit that is required to be deed restricted does not qualify for monetary incentives. So this would be a change. And the other piece to note is that as proposed, there would be an increased monetary incentive for units that were deed restricted to that lower, like 80%, 120. So that's another piece to think about if we are, we can definitely, change the guidelines to include the inclusionary requirement units, but that's something to think about, that it's not in the guidelines currently or as proposed, and we did increase the monetary amount to further incentivize those 80% units.
And as part of the non-monetary incentives, we remove that requirement because if we are not using them in conjunction, the monetary and non-monetary incentives, if you're just using the development code incentives, there's no reason at that point. You use the density bonus unless you just want, because you're doing 15% inclusionary housing, which is truly affordable, which
is
is
a
density
base
bonus.
requirement, yeah.
Can I ask you another question? Sorry. So, Councilmember Pallavi, you would be proposing would it be a percentage? Like, if I'm doing 75% deed restricted and 25% market rate, then on that 25% market rate, you're required to do our normal inclusionary policy? Is that just trying to make sure I understand?
Yeah, basically, and maybe this is best kicked to staff, and you can maybe come back to us as we work through some of these other issues. I think what I'm trying to make sure that we are open to is how do we retain a mix of income types without building to the max AMI on every one of these projects? Because I think the reality that what we're going to get is if we don't have an inclusionary piece to these projects, we're always going to get that maximum AMI level because that's what they need to make the project feasible at the end of the day. So how do we still allow for a mix of income, or at least some at the lower AMI levels, but still incentivize this type of development?
Well, I think what Lynn just shared too is that's where we increase the monetary incentive. So you get more money if you're building a unit for a lower income.
Right.
So that is one piece.
So what you're basically saying is just let it go.
kind of. And then
Right.
if they want to
And see what
utilize the
happens.
monetary, I just feel like this is adding more layers, and I just get concerned that.
I agree. I'm not.
I can
I
add
think that's my goal at the end of the day. That's why I started to just say whatever, nor what I said, here's how I am moving backwards, right? This is what I want to see. How do we get there most effectively?
I can add another complexity or layer.
No, we don't want complexities. We want to get to the goal.
I mean, so if we're trying, a lot of what I did when I was creating this chapter was trying to think of it independently of the monetary incentives, trying to see what would be useful. If you do want to look at trying to require a mix of incomes, it would then have to be something that's not quite the density bonus law, but something like you do 10% low income, and then you do maybe X amount of percentage, 100% AMI, which is a different AMI than what is allowed in the density bonus, or 120, which for the income restriction for the household. So it creates an additional layer of affordability that's not quite low income, but it's a mix of incomes still, but it's more complicated then.
And I just wanted to clarify, I realized, so the lower AMI occupancy cap is 120. So the inclusionary requirement is 80% AMI. So it actually is the monetary, they get it is a higher one, but if they were down at the lower, 80% would be lower than the 120 that they're getting the higher incentive for. So there is, a gap of about 40% AMI between the lower monetary incentive and the inclusionary, because I believe all the inclusionary is at 80.
Okay.
And you currently have it that it's just going to be exempt, basically.
Correct.
In the plan presented to us today, is it's fully exempt.
Yes.
Even at 50, so if it's 51% of units, we're saying we don't care what income levels they are. We don't care about anything.
May I suggest that we take a 5 or 10 minute break?
Yeah. Oh,
and then we come back to this. We can tick off a few more items and then come back to this one.
Sure.
Okay, because I don't feel like we're settled on this.
I agree. Yes.
Okay, great. So let's give ourselves 10 minutes. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and attention. Are we ready and back? Rory? Good? Okay, good. We'll reconvene. Town of Truckee Town Council meeting. Cleared out the room nicely here. Great. Good work. I know. Okay, do we want to set this one aside, or do we want to try to finish this one? I'm happy to move on.
So I'll offer in our noodling here during the break.
I was hoping some of that was happening.
I'm hearing you as council say that you like what the inclusionary requirements provide in terms of mixed income projects. So if that is your goal, then continue to require the inclusionary piece from the development code incentive, and with the program guidelines that come back that are monetary, allow those units, if it's a fully deed restricted project, to be eligible for the incentive amount.
For the lower AMI.
Yes, which is a higher incentive amount. But that requires those units, but it offsets the cost impact of those for the developers if, I think our recommendation is it's a fully deed restricted project, which I haven't heard you struggle with that concept.
No, I think we're all on board with that. I'm seeing shaking heads. Okay, great. Right. Yumi, where do you want to take us next?
So just know, you could be in a conundrum if it's a project that is not seeking monetary incentives, and they're only trying to use the development code section. Probably very little chance of that, but we could run into a predicament.
We're striving for success, not perfection. Okay.
Could that be overrun in a planned development or in a, yeah. You could make a finding.
Potentially. We can noodle on that a little bit more. I think the majority of the projects are going to use both probably in that instance. So we'll noodle on it a little bit more. But
Okay. Do we want to move to the deed restriction term, the 55-year with automatic renewal, or, well, while they're talking, how do you feel about that, Councilmember Romack?
I like Planning Commission going with the 55-year conveyance of the property, similar to other programs. I hear this is slightly different, but I also heard, something to think about. But again, I feel like keep it consistent what Planning Commission had recommended.
I'm opposite that.
I had a feeling.
Sorry. I was one for 55 years and done.
Okay.
Wait, say that again?
Allow it for I was not saying it re-ups on conveyance,
No.
basically, on transfer. Like, it's 55 years, it's on the property, at 50 year, at the end of that, it's over, it does not renew
And
at that point.
And I get that. I mean, Hayes's comments ring true of, like, after 55 years, we've got our benefit out of it for what we've contributed. My concern with that is then, because we have such a huge push right now for these housing programs, we could end up with, a volume of units falling out of that, especially in some of these bigger developments, in 55 years, and then we have to kind of restart this program. Not impossible, not impassable, but that's my concern, which is why I like the conveyance. And I'm not a real estate attorney, so I don't understand how or why this creates that hindrance that I'm hearing. So
I can address that if you like.
Okay, that would be great.
Happy to help. There's a concept in California law called a restraint on alienation, which I think is what Hayes was talking about, and those are generally invalid, but that doesn't really apply in this case. The California Supreme Court has said, for example, 40 years ago, that doctrine doesn't apply to municipal ordinances or to government regulations. It only applies to private restrictions on sale. And this is not even the kind of thing that is a restraint on alienation in the first place. Because a real restraint on alienation is you can't sell your property. And this is just, you can sell your property whenever you want. It's just that the 55-year clock restarts. So you can do whatever the council thinks is best, but I don't think this is a legal issue. Certainly if P8's attorney Chad has something to back up that position, I'd love to hear it. But as I sit now, I'm not seeing that as an issue.
Okay.
Yeah, the only reason why I continue, I don't think perpetuity is the right way is because it's not a single family residence, which, who knows what our demand, what our economy, what our weather, what our anything that's happening in this community 55 years from now. I don't think we're in a position to predict that. And therefore, knowing conditions will change, knowing economics will change, we will still have retention in perpetuity because we do have other deed restriction products that are in perpetuity at the end of the day, right? And so to me, this is simply flexibility for a future local government. It's flexibility for future property owners when we have no idea. What happened? I just don't know. We don't know what's going to happen in 55 years, I guess is my point. So it feels long enough to me.
On affordable projects, what are the restrictions on those? Are those like Frishman Hollow? Is that in perpetuity? Is that?
Many of them are governed by the loan or the grant that they've received of the loan. So a lot of them are 55 years, and that's just the set amount.
55 years and non-automatic renewal.
Correct.
And
hearing that, I wasn't sure what other than it would align it with development projects.
It means our council members 50 years from now need to really be planning for the next round of these types of incentive programs is kind of what that says, and that's out of our hands.
And hopefully they're not needed. Hopefully we've balanced our economy to a point where we're operating in a different environment.
I don't necessarily want to offer a solution to maybe a problem you figured out already, but if there's a lot of consternation about what it's going to look like in 55 years from now, we could work with Andy, but maybe there's a clause written into the deed restriction that the town could revisit the right to repurchase the deed restriction, because I think that was the point. Like we've paid for it at one point. It expires in 55 years. That's kind of what we paid for. Is there a way to build in an opportunity to buy another deed restriction? It doesn't solve the problem if the property is sold before the 55 years. Mm-hmm. Oh, I guess it carries with it. So there might be some language we could work on that would offer that, whatever that value is at the time. I don't know, the council at that time and staff will have to figure that out, but that might help give a pathway.
I'll tell you, I really like that because what I don't like of our current position is we need to build these units. If all we have to do is be able to afford to purchase that deed restriction extension, that's a very different story.
Potentially it is, yes.
So I would be okay with 55 years non-renewal, and we have some sort of clause like that we get the opportunity to purchase a deed restriction extension.
Are you okay with that coming back to us at a future date so they have time to hammer that out? Because Andy's not going to, at least that piece of it, like we're okay with saying today 55 years is fine, and we would like you staff to explore the opportunity of first right of purchase, and that can be sort of an ad hoc ongoing thing, as maybe the first project is just 55 years, and then as we've talked about layering different things together as we edit this over the next 5 years, they come back to us in a year or two with that option.
I'm good with that.
Yep.
Okay.
For clarification on that, is that a requirement you would like to have aligned with the financial incentives as well? Because right now, the way that they are drafted is 55 years renewing on transfer.
Right, so it's just 55 years.
For both the financial and monetary and non-monetary incentives, just 55 years.
Sure. Tell us why not in the next staff report.
Yeah, I was thinking.
How
it was
about
just
that? We challenge back to you,
We can-
Hillary.
again, we-
55 years until you tell us no.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And I think we need to make it consistent because otherwise that's just another layer of complication, right? Okay, they're doing some more conferring. Let's see, we already resolved the studio units. Did you want to make another comment?
Well, just to clarify, I actually don't think that needs to come back to you because it's not something that's going to get built in the development code. It's just going to be in the deed restriction document. So you don't need to hear that again, and you don't need to challenge us. We got it.
Okay, great.
You guys are great.
All right. So, moving on. Minimum objective design standards and allowable flexible design review. How are we feeling about those?
I don't feel strongly. I'm fine.
I actually really like those paths. It provides a lot of flexibility, but yet some very clear guidelines to work with. I think we did have some comments on the massing and material variation, and I absolutely agree that a good developer is going to do a good job on these things, but we just we don't always get what we want. So I think this is our attempt at trying to have some leverage over that, and I feel like it's a pretty small leverage with the minimum 20% building facade, and everybody else okay with those things, the massing? Okay. What else? What are we missing?
We're missing balconies and storage.
Yes. Okay.
Which I have really strong feelings about.
Well, then apparently you need to start.
I am not in favor of the planning. I apologize, Jason, but I am not in favor of the planning commission's recommendations at all here. I think the original staff recommendations, I think it's incredibly important to make the pathway to permitting and building as flexible and streamlined as possible. I'm not willing to compromise on the quality or the livability or the reality that inhabitants of these places are able to live within. So to me, I think they're important standards to retain in their original iteration. As far as the private balconies, decks, and patios piece went, and this is just a point of clarification, but I believe Edmonds just utilized a common area to achieve that, right? So you can achieve that with a common area of equal square footage, right?
So I believe they used a planned development to reduce
get
the
there.
requirements, but the original staff recommendation was just to use the standard requirements and not really require any common amenities. So if they wanted to do that, that would be through a planned development.
Right. Okay, fine. So that's still fine with me.
They
Is
still
that
can do it.
pathway? They can do it. It's just a
that
different way to do it. I'm not in favor of sort of like shared storage or changing these proportions or making these calculations more difficult than they need to be. I'm very opposed to allowing use of common exterior walkway space. I think that's just setting up a project for failure and just conflict in general.
You mean like the example here?
Yeah, like the example there or any other example of common exterior walkways and then having a bunch of bikes stored in them. And even if it is your walkway, I mean, we have emergency egress. I mean, you don't know if it's blocking emergency access. There's just so many other issues that can go with that. And so I'm very strongly in favor of retaining the existing standards with no deviations.
Okay, and so the existing standards are basically decks for each unit, what was it, 48 square feet of storage? No, 24 square feet of storage per bedroom, is that still the same?
40 square feet of storage, right?
40, okay.
That's correct. And then it was 48 square feet of deck with no dimension less than 6 feet.
And that applies to all units regardless of their deed restriction? Unless they want to do a planned development.
Yeah, that was the original recommendation.
I definitely had concerns as well of these recommendations, you know, limiting the potential that a unit with these Planning Commission's recommendations that a unit can end up without storage space and without a deck. So, you know, yeah, Councilmember Pallavi, I'm definitely leaning in your direction. I do know we hear from developers the challenge sometimes for some of these things. But again, in the interest of let's try something out, I would be fine maintaining our current standards that you just shared, Yumi, of 40 feet for the storage and 48 feet for a balcony to try it out. Again, especially we just potentially eliminated any outdoor space on the ground level. Like it might just be a parking lot now, which is fine.
For half an acre or less sites.
For small sites, exactly. That's right. But then ensuring that there is a place for people to be outside and store all of their gear that they need to live in Truckee.
I just think it's really important to be realistic
About how people live here.
Yeah, and I just remember every project when I was a planning commissioner, everybody was like, no, we don't, there's not even enough room for a bike in that store, like at Coldstream Commons, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Efficient in its storage. I think we've seen examples of it.
Yeah, we have. Okay. And then laundry amenities,
Wonderful.
1 per 4, 1 per 5. There.
I don't care.
If staff has been hearing that there might be a need for more, go with Planning Commission, 1 for 4.
Okay.
Those were all the questions. Those were all the things that I had comments on. I don't know if there are more that you want us to comment on, but.
Project mandatory features.
But this is for a PD.
Okay, I see. We're just showing that we have balconies and decks, alternatives offered for that. Okay. What else?
I think the only really other remaining item was the historic design standards, if you wanted to go into them in more detail. Otherwise, I think you have provided direction I can show to you.
Front yard
The
fencing.
question is, do you want us to take action? Are you prepared for us to take action or not? Unless there's something else, anything else?
I think I can make these changes.
It's a great start.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is if Yumi has good notes, I think we can do this tonight without having to come back.
I think you would make the recommendation with these modifications as noted up here, and Kelly will have them in the notes. I'm sorry, Hillary.
And then
accident back here.
And then before I get my DocuSign, they'll all be incorporated.
Correct.
Wonderful.
Can you just put those back up whenever you're ready?
It's just making sure we've checked everything off.
Well, she's checking that. I mean, if we miss something, you would get it in the second reading, which would be at the next meeting. It would be on consent, so we could pull it if we've missed something, but then we would have to start over again. You can't make substantial changes at that point.
I did want to note that we talked about in the resolution that the initial purchase price, we're using the 180% AMI instead of the program guidelines and the monetary incentives of $700-ish thousand. Would you like, since you are moving forward with this 180% AMI, would you like to give guidance to the housing division about whether or not you would like to incorporate the same 180% AMI threshold into the monetary incentives rather than relying on that set amount?
Yes.
Yeah, consistency.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you for asking that. Okay. Anything else?
So here's the direction.
Yes. Okay.
I would just add that I do support staff's recommendation on adding in terms for seniors and other, so I appreciate that you will be working on that. I just want to note that I think that is something that will be coming back.
Yes. Based on our questions and staff's answer, we feel confident that this will be incorporated in future iterations. Yes. Okay, great. Who wants to take a stab at a motion?
Go for it. You hit yes, so you go.
Well, I would make a motion that we determine the amendments to be exempt from CEQA. We're introducing ordinance 2026-06 with these changes as noted, and adopting resolution 2026-11.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it is unanimous from the three of us.
Good job, and that was the most confident vote of I know what I'm voting for.
We'll take that. Okay, moving on, 7.3 River Revitalization Steering Committee, and it is before 8 o'clock, so hopefully we'll get a few public comments on this. Carissa, welcome to the hot seat. And I'm sure you have some great graphics for us.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I'm Carissa Binkley, Economic Vitality Program Analyst, here to provide an R2SC update. Just to start, tonight we are seeking direction on reconvening R2SC and whether to maintain or expand CALIS project boundaries. And for background, river revitalization efforts are a direct output of the 2040 General Plan. As you can see here, the vision is for the future of our community includes a connected, revitalized, and accessible Truckee River. And the R2SC background, Council formed R2SC in 2023. It was a collaboration of landowners, businesses, and stakeholders. Met monthly between July 2023 and September 2025. Aligns with Town Council's goal to invest in key infrastructure and community connectivity to enhance quality of life for everyone. And revitalization of the downtown river corridors is a specific work plan goal. Out of R2SC came the CALIS project process. There was recognition that the challenges were varying and levels of interest among property owners along the river corridor were varied. R2SC chose to prioritize CALIS projects. These projects were intended to not only revitalize specific sites, but also drive broader revitalization and help us understand and overcome barriers. Upon Council's recommendation, a robust public process, including RFI, public outreach, interview process, and committee recommendations led to the selected projects. You can see here that CALIS sites are located along west, central, and eastern corridor of the project region, and we'll share updates of each of the CALIS projects that have occurred over the past year. So the first CALIS project I'll point out is Old Trestle. It is adjacent to WMOA Park. 6 CALIS project meetings have been held so far. They have an active development permit application under review by town planning. Coordination of required materials for application processing have been arranged. Environmental reviews in process, and completion of the review is contingent upon submittal of additional required information from the applicant at this point. And preparation of a communications consultant scope of work and solicitation of proposals is in process. The second CALIS project, Mark Tanner Construction, the Tanner Family Trust. 5 CALIS project meetings have been held. We've reviewed evaluation and potential uses, including residential, lodging, and recreation for zoning and financial feasibility. Assessment of the building reuse versus removal of the structure. A site walk was conducted to better understand reuse opportunities. Coordination of a base flood elevation survey. Initial assessment of potential receiver sites within Truckee, with no preferred site identified at this stage. Review of potential zoning pathways, and an airport land use compatibility analysis. The third CALIS project is Truckee River Partners out on West River Street. We've held 5 CALIS project meetings to date. Evaluation of potential adaptive reuse opportunities and the relationship with the adjacent riverfront property. River setback analysis on the adjacent riverfront property. Zoning constraints and opportunities review. A site walk to assess restoration, public access, and redevelopment. That site walk occurred in the snow. Development of a conceptual phase plan. And one of the items that became clear as we've worked through all of these CALIS projects is that there's a theme on 2 of the projects. So the one on far east River Street and far west River Street. So not Old Trestle, but the other 2 CALIS projects. Staff is proposing, in response to those barriers, a 2-phase strategy to allow near-term progress and long-term alignment to address the current residential zoning and legal non-conforming nature of the existing developments. Phase 1 is intended to allow projects to move forward in the near term using a planned development approach. This allows flexibility within the existing zoning while still requiring a higher standard of design and public benefit. It also enables the town to apply conditions related to timing, performance, and improvements, ensuring alignment with river revitalization goals. Phase 2 of the longer-term solution would involve rezoning to allow mixed-use development consistent with the general plan. This is a more complex effort that would be sequenced after the housing element update. It would require broader policy and environmental review. This phase ultimately creates the regulatory foundation for long-term revitalization. This 2-phase approach is intended to strike a balance for allowing projects to move forward now while ensuring long-term alignment with town goals, housing requirements, and the broader river revitalization vision. So staff suggests bringing this 2-phase strategy to R2SC for input before coming back to council with updates and any recommended actions in late spring or summer 2026. Another topic is 10257 West River Street. It's a 1.42 acre town-owned parcel adjacent to the recently completed Dabayumaway Park. While the western portion that you can see here in this photo, the western portion is part of the Old Trestle CALIS project. The previously selected development partner for the eastern portion has withdrawn. This creates an opportunity to revisit the vision for that portion of the site. Based on prior community input, the R3 playbook, which council adopted, and the earlier R2SC discussions emphasizing the importance of housing in the river corridor, staff was proposing that housing be considered. And tonight we are seeking any initial council feedback and plan to bring this topic to the reconvened R2SC for further input before returning to council with a recommendation on next steps. And another topic is consideration of CALIS project expansion. So staff are requesting council direction regarding CALIS project focus area remaining limited to the currently approved sites or being expanded. We recognize the importance of considering adjacent parcels. The MOUs for all the 2 projects, the one on far east River Street and West River Street, again, not Old Trestle. The MOUs allow for this with coordination with the neighboring parcels, and that was intentional. These expansion requests would introduce opportunities, but it would also increase complexity and resource needs. So for context, the red portion of the image is the identified West River Street CALIS project. The yellow parcel is also owned by the same party and is being suggested by the property owner as an expansion of the identified site. The front parcel was recommended from R2SC as it was intended to be a smaller, achievable portion of the overall potential project that was originally identified by the property owner. 10603 East River Street. This is the Mark Tanner Construction Office. The red parcel is the identified CALIS site on East River Street. There's interest in expanding the CALIS work to include neighboring parcels. This specific parcel is recommended as an achievable and impactful project for East River Street. Neighbors were not interested in participating at that time, that the current Calais site parcel's owner has worked to inform and garner interest of the neighboring properties. And again, the current MOU allows for coordination, but we want to see what council's thoughts are on true expansion of the site. And for context, due to capacity constraints, if the Calais sites were expanded, it would likely delay the Economic Vitality Strategic Plan by an estimated 3 to 12 months. This plan is currently published as an RFP with an anticipated kickoff of June 2026, and that is based off of a recommended action in the general plan. At least as of a few hours ago, one public comment was received, and it was from the West River Calais property owner in favor of expanding the scope of the Calais work to both parcels. And with that, just as a reminder, tonight we're seeking direction on reconvening R2SC and whether to maintain or expand Calais project boundaries.
I think we did receive a second public comment from Rolf Gadon just saying, yes, I'm happy to continue to participate.
I apologize I overlooked that. Yes, thank you, Rolf, for your comment.
Yes, thank you, Rolf. Okay, and that concludes your presentation. Okay, I am going to look to Councilmember Romack as our R2SC representative to kick this off.
See if I can dive back into the R2SC days. It was a great committee, and it will be again. First, so tonight, you're just asking for feedback from us. And if we say yes to move forward on an ad hoc committee, you will also then be seeking kind of the same feedback from the committee as well with the input from council.
That's correct. We wanted to give council an opportunity to provide some guardrails for the reconvened R2SC, given that you know what's in your work plan, what you've directed us to do, and if R2SC were to come forward with a recommendation that was outside of that work plan, you would have to consider that and possibly make adjustments. So if today you're saying like we can't delay the Economic Vitality Strategic Plan, which we thought, because we've talked about that a lot in the prioritization and the interest in doing that, and I think the work that the chamber has done with their business listening tour kind of reinforces that. It is a trade-off, and R2SC wasn't put together with the idea of them evaluating those trade-offs, right? So we wanted you to have the opportunity to give them those guardrails in advance.
Great, thank you. Carissa, you highlighted that in the MOUs, there was supposed to be coordination, but it sounds like it's kind of exceeding what staff envisioned from coordination. Could you maybe highlight kind of what was thought of and kind of what's being asked now and why you're asking us these questions?
Absolutely. As we've gone through these Calais meetings, they've been productive and thoughtful and engaging. The West River Street project, as an example, I think that R2SC's conversation and what was brought originally to council was a adaptive reuse of those front two buildings. And the interest at this point seems more in what could be riverbank restoration and river health oriented on the adjacent parcel. And so maybe not one or the other, but potentially both, and planning for all of that as one project with the consultant and with our volunteers versus only the front or only the back. Or the original thought was coordination, meaning if we were working on the front parcel, we wouldn't put a road to nowhere and completely ignore the other parcel, knowing that the owner plans to develop the entire project.
Thank you. That's helpful. And you reminded us, there's a consultant on board that we're working with. Is there a potential, if council decides and with R2SC input that we don't want to expand these catalyst projects because we want to have other opportunities, that these landowners could continue to work with the consultants with their own funding and kind of proceed forward on some of the things that are being worked on?
I would say absolutely, although I'll of course take input from town management. But I will say that one piece is that the Calais projects itself were intended to help move river corridor properties toward the community goals, towards the R3 playbook listed priorities, where the individual property owners may have interests that are outside of that or may not 100% align, which is allowed and they can pursue that independently, but the town resources were intended to align with the playbook.
There would be an option that they could continue or contract with the consultant team independently and continue that work in an expanded form.
Thank you. And I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Pallavi. No questions. Okay. So in our questions from in advance, I asked for some clarification on exactly what the Economic Vitality Strategic Plan was, and you guys shared some information about how it ties into the general plan, as you showed, but also that it's already been delayed from its original schedule. Can you talk a little bit about some of the impacts of that delay? I'm thinking in terms of the community predictability, about understanding where and how we're going to deploy this goal of the general plan. What else?
So the Economic Vitality Strategic Plan, like I said, it's currently out for an RFP. You expect a kickoff by June at this point. It is intended to be an overarching plan looking at our community-wide. We have a lot of special districts, a lot of nonprofits, a lot of people trying to do good work, but it's not necessarily all aligned and there's some overlap and there's some gaps. And so it is intended to look as an overarching theme of what town resources and our community resources can do to move forward the actions through the general plan. The general plan called for this plan to be completed by 2025 and reviewed and updated at least every 10 years. This was delayed during the process of the organizational assessment, where the recommendation was to add a staff of an assistant town manager. And we want to make sure whoever that ended up being was able to be part of this process. Now we have our assistant town manager, and we're moving forward with this process at this point.
I'll just add on so a couple things. The Baker Tilly operational assessment highlighted the need for the action plan to move forward and the importance of that, particularly in light of some of the staffing constraints and capacity restraints that we have and the number of positions that they were proposing, and just the overall economic health of the community. So it was discussed a fair amount in the operational assessment as a high priority need and recommendation to move that forward. Part of the delay in moving this forward as originally planned was that R2SC actually ended up being a lot more of a effort than we had originally intended. It was great. It was a great investment of time, so I don't mean that in a negative way, but I think when we convened, we didn't expect it was going to be a two-year process. Wouldn't have anticipated catalyst projects coming out. And again, they're great. They're moving forward the goals of the community and the vision, but it was more of a lift, and so we couldn't take that on. As a reminder, we have one person in economic vitality, and they're overseen part-time, by another staff person. So we don't have a lot of resources to spread amongst all of the goals and the actions in terms of economic vitality for the community.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Okay, that's all my questions. Any others from council up here? I'll go ahead and open this up to public comment. If you have a public comment, please join us at the podium. Make sure the light's on. You know the drill.
I know the drill. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessica Penman. I am the President and CEO of the Truckee Chamber of Commerce. I want to start by expressing our strong support for the Catalyst projects and the continued work of the Revitalization Steering Committee. It was a great 2-year process. The effort represents years of community collaboration, visioning, and momentum building. Much like the R2SC process itself, these projects have the potential to bring the community together around a shared vision and create meaningful, visible progress along the river corridor. However, at the same time, we really want to emphasize the importance of maintaining the momentum on the Economic Vitality Strategic Plan. As outlined in the staff report, this plan is intended to be the town's implementation-focused roadmap, aligning priorities, coordinating initiatives, and supporting business vitality and year-round economic resilience. From the Chamber's perspective, the Economic Vitality Strategic Plan is not just another planning document, it's a critical opportunity to bring the entire business community together, stakeholders and partners, the same way R2SC successfully did for the river. We're concerned by anything that could potentially delay the start of this process of a community-wide effort by an estimated 3 to 12 months. Even more importantly, staff notes the delaying the plan could prolong uncertainty, limit coordination across initiatives, and reduce the town's ability to prioritize resources effectively. Going off my script, I would just say too, one of the things that definitely came from it being delayed and not being done in 2025 was our town contract was up. So we have a stipulation in there that will revisit that, which is just more staff time once that plan is done. So it would have been great to have that already completed before that process. And from what we hear directly from businesses through our listening tour and ongoing engagement, clarity and coordination is exactly what everyone's looking for around economic vitality right now. We believe both efforts are important and they should work together. The Economic Vitality Strategic Plan is designed to help prioritize and guide investments such as additional catalyst projects, ensuring that we are balancing near-term opportunities with long-term community benefit across the entire town. So our request tonight is really to continue to support the R2SC project, but not delay the Economic Vitality Strategic Plan in doing so. Advancing the plan on the current schedule gives us the opportunity to align around a shared economic vision, just as the community did through the river revitalization process. We look forward to continuing to be a strong partner, and I'm happy to answer any other questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Jessica.
Mayor Klosat and council members, Jan Holland, managing partner of Truckee River Partners, and I also am very interested in the economic vitality work as well. I want to eat my cake and have it too, I guess, is the way it looks like. But anyway, we're grateful for the opportunity to be chosen as a catalyst project. The selection committee chose one part of our project because they believed that it was going to be relatively easy, bite-sized chunk. And the reality, as those people that have worked on the river quite a bit, if redevelopment on the river, on West River, was easy, it would already be done. Our MOU, as Chris pointed out, already supports the exploration of development hurdles on both properties. Sure, we can continue going along that line. I think what we started realizing was that we needed to start at the river and move back towards the road. Essentially do some restoration at the river and then work towards the road. We can't invest in one part of the project without addressing issues across both parcels. We're not asking for additional funding. We're not asking for an expansion of scope. We're really asking for a shift in focus, which already reflects the current reality of the exploration that we're doing. We've invested. Truckee River Partners have invested 8 years and several $100,000 into trying to get permits to improve this property for greater community benefit and river restoration. The main benefit of being a catalyst project has been the collaborative approach with town staff. It has really been a very different way to approach it. To date, we have efficiently identified the redevelopment hurdles, which apply to both properties: zoning, setbacks, streetscape improvements, river access, and restoration. We're working on solutions together with town staff and consultants. That's a refreshing change. This is a legacy opportunity to undo a century of riverfront neglect and abuse. We ask the council to support staff in resolving some of these redevelopment challenges which affect both properties. I'm grateful for your service, and I certainly hope that we can push along the economic vitality. This is certainly a part of it, and we're happy to throw our own resources to make it happen. We just want to make sure that the project, as it's scoped, allows us to be looking at it more broadly as opposed to narrowly for the rehab of the buildings at the street. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jan. Are there any other public comments on this agenda item? No. I possibly need some clarification based on that because the staff report said expansion of these two catalyst site scopes. We just heard maybe a little bit of a nuance to that. Is there a way to thread that needle? Instead, we still keep that MOU and the monetary limits and the time limits, but we allow some of that time and that consultant time and staff time to look at this other property?
I will say that the original language in the MOU that we worked collaboratively to build the MOU based on council direction, we knew there was interest in the other parcel, even though it wasn't the catalyst. And so we tried to include language that didn't allow necessarily direct planning of what would happen with that parcel, but like coordination, I believe, is the language in the MOU of what the boundaries are, what the barriers are on that other parcel. But as we've gone farther and farther, I've felt like from a staff perspective that we were pushing up against what coordination is versus prioritization of the other parcel. And we don't want to mislead council or the public on what is being done with this project.
I appreciate that very much. Okay. Any other clarifying questions? Or go ahead.
Mayor, can I just clarify? Because I'm sitting here thinking that it might sound unfair to people hearing, like, we're making you choose between expanding or the Economic Vitality Action Plan, which in a way we are. But the reason for that, and I alluded to it a bit with we have one staff person in Economic Vitality, is pretty much everything else in the work plan that was assigned to Carissa, the chamber contract, the Welcome Center update, is done. There's nothing else in her work plan that we could trade off and say, you could choose to delay this and still move forward the Economic Vitality Action Plan. If it was different staff, you would have that choice potentially, but we don't have that because R2SC and the Economic Vitality Action Plan are the two remaining big items for her in the work plan besides the day-to-day core service aspect of her job. So that's why it's the struggle of that's the only thing left that we could trade off.
Thank you for that clarification. That's important.
Can we clone Carissa?
Bringing it back to deliberation.
Just a quick question, kind of following up. So, Carissa, what I just heard you say too is staff's work is moving outside of kind of what's written in the MOU to prioritization. Is there still funding left and staff time left if we said we could change the prioritization, but we still have to stick within the parameters of whatever we outlined in the beginning? Is there still time and capacity left since we already kind of agreed to whatever we agreed in the MOU?
I will say that while we're making significant progress, it does feel like the burn rate is a little intense of what we're burning through versus, what could get accomplished. We thought all these projects should be done in 5 years. We don't know specifically where we'll hit that limit. And we did say when we originally brought this that should we run into that limit, the language is in the MOU that the property owner could pay their own cost for the consultant time, for staff time. We also there are 2 R2SC liaisons for each of these projects who are coming to each of these meetings, and that's complete volunteer time. So there is flexibility within the time that's allotted that's left in the original allotment. But I would not be surprised if at some point somebody may be interested in an expansion of those resources as well.
So I think some of that is the direction we're looking for. So or you could provide to R2SC. So if you're interested in saying expand, there's 18 hours of planning time and 60 hours of Carissa time left for the Truckee River Partners Catalyst site, approximately. So if you're interested in saying take what's left or suggesting to R2SC, they could consider using the remaining time and expanding it beyond the original Catalyst site. You could say you're open to that feedback and recommendation. You're open to adding time, although that comes at a cost that you'd have to weigh. You're open to not giving them guardrails and letting them make a recommendation to you. I think that's kind of what we're looking for. We're not necessarily looking for you to solve that tonight.
Got it. Thank you. Super helpful. Would you like me to dive in? So thank you. Thank you to the Catalyst projects, the staff, all the volunteer R2SC members that are working on this. Again, this was a unique opportunity. So that's really exciting. And before I dive into the Catalyst, I'll keep you on the edge of your seat. I'm very comfortable reconvening R2SC. Sorry, entertainer. No. Reconvening R2SC as an ad hoc advisory group. I think it was a great group that provided a lot of great information. I think, as you said in the presentation, or one of the two of you said, we didn't envision it being 2 years, ensuring we're also very clear that this is short term to weigh in on these things. I think some committee members would love to spend a lot of time, but I think let's be very focused and on that. And appreciate, I think, would love to get their input on the 10257 West River Street parcel. I think it's a great idea for staff, including housing as a potential there too, since as you highlighted, it fits with the R3 playbook and everything else. So happy to do that. Back to the Catalyst projects. I would be comfortable if we, change the prioritization or scope a little within the remaining allotted time and funding. We heard from the chamber. I feel like on the listening tour that I heard about from chamber members, this economic vitality roadmap was really important. So I wouldn't feel comfortable setting that aside to broaden these two Catalyst projects. I think that's great to hear that they can utilize their own funding, continue to work with the consultants. I'm sure R2SC volunteers might participate as well. So again, I'm okay if we modify things a little to change the way we're looking at the projects now within whatever is remaining, but not expanding it to more staff time or more staff funding at this time. And I think I got through all those. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pallavi.
Yeah, I think what you suggested actually already sounds like it's possible without a formal change to the scope, which I'm fine with. I think the nuance is the change to the scope or the expansion of the projects. I'm also not in favor of that. I'm not in favor of, I think this had its day. I was the one who sort of asked the questions, like, what are we doing with all of the entitled land that we haven't done anything with and nobody knows what to do with? And every question we get is, what's happening over there? This is not to diminish any of the work that's happened at the river. And I think the investment through R2SC has been considerable and focused and really helpful to moving things along there. So I'm in favor of remaining within scope, whatever that means. If there's some fuzziness on the properties within the existing scope and the hours, I'm indifferent to that, but I'm not in favor of any expansion of hours or town resources at this point to expanding that scope in any way. So I think that's all.
And I assume you're supportive of looking at the 10257 West River Street parcel, particularly for potential housing.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Well, we got two. I guess that's all we really need.
So just to clarify, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that way you can comment on this. What that means we would share with R2SC that's reconvened is that the question for them is, particularly with Truckee River Partners, was the idea of the catalyst and the rehab of those buildings as a kind of test more important than using the remaining amount of allocated time and budget to expand beyond that and have a different vision for that catalyst? That's essentially what you would be saying. Or does R2SC want to recommend that the rehab of those buildings was the primary driving factor and they would still like to focus on that? That would come back to you as a recommendation. But I think that's the nuance of what you're saying. It's okay to expand within the current time that we've agreed to. You would be okay with that if R2SC wanted to make that recommendation.
I think because I haven't chimed in on this, I'm feeling very protective of our economic vitality plan at this point. So with that lens, I'm happy to let R2SC navigate this more precisely than we can up here, and receive their recommendations. But that seems to be a theme from all three of us, that we all three don't want that to be impacted. So whatever we can do to facilitate these catalyst sites, I really want to embrace that. However it looks like, even if that's somehow we leverage our hours and they add consultant time and somehow we make that work better, but we don't jeopardize that economic vitality plan.
Okay, thank you. Those are, I think.
Do you guys both feel consistent?
Yeah, and I
with
think
that?
especially because you brought up that specific property, it's the same owners, Truckee River Partners, on both properties. So the reality is we can ask for as much as we want on the one parcel, but it's going to be up to the private property owners at the end of the day to do whatever they want to do. And if they need the other parcel, I mean, we're not into the weeds at that point on any of this. And I don't think we can hinder it or help it if it's the property owner driving that conversation. So,
but I think it sounds like we can help it with that allowing.
Yeah, allow the flexibility. That's what I mean.
And that's
like,
what I want to
rather than limit it and the property owner say, "Well, you didn't give me that other parcel. I'm not going to do this part." So,
and
that's
I think
all I'm saying.
Everybody involved in this on the R2SC committee are very creative, and if there's another possible solution that protects that timeline of the economic vitality plan, I'm open to that.
And honestly, at the very least right now, and we're not getting into it, but of town resources in general right now, I think we have our work plan and we've been pretty focused on that. And they can come back to us with as many recommendations as they want, but I want it to be clear and for the record, I think we're pretty focused on our work plan and some of the existing pieces of it, and expanding the scope of anything at R2SC right now is not necessarily in that work plan in the near future.
Right. And my only divergence from here is, I know it's not likely, but I would love some sort of commercial use element there. And we know we've heard that mixed use is very hard, but that would be my ideal. But I'm also very happy to see housing there. Activating that area is most important. So that's the only way that I slightly diverge from my fellow council members. Anything else to add? We good? Okay. You guys good?
I think we have good direction. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Final agenda item. One we've all been waiting for: guidelines for building electrification token program and Truckee Municipal Code amendments. Aaron, sorry to keep you here so late, but thank you for being here.
All right, good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here tonight to talk about the Building Electrification Token Program guidelines and municipal code amendments to allow for issuance of tokens for town council priority programs. So as you know, the town has adopted greenhouse gas emission reduction goals targeting a 40% reduction in community-wide emissions by 2030 and 80% by 2040. To reach these targets, the town will need to address greenhouse gas emissions from energy use, particularly in residential buildings. Last April, Council adopted the existing building decarbonization roadmap, which outlines a framework for decarbonizing our existing residential and commercial building stock. The roadmap includes 26 initiatives designed to collectively reduce greenhouse gas emissions from energy use in buildings, with the expectation that additional initiatives will be identified and added to this plan over time. One of the short-term actions in the roadmap is to develop a program that leverages short-term rental tokens as a decarbonization incentive. This building electrification token program was subsequently included in the current council priorities work plan. Last August, staff presented an initial program concept to council for feedback and received direction to return with full program guidelines and an ordinance amending the town's municipal code to allow more flexibility in using tokens as an incentive. Before we dive into the details of the building electrification token program specifically, I do want to highlight how this program fits into the big picture of the town's building decarbonization efforts. The town currently has 3 active building decarbonization programs, including 1 incentive program, which is our weatherization rebate partnership with Truckee Donner Public Utility District. We do have an additional heat pump air conditioning and electrification rebate program under development that will be presented to council next month. If approved, we anticipate that program could be ready to launch this summer. So these programs on the screen right now are just those from the roadmap that were included in this 2-year work plan. There are, as I said, 26 in total in the roadmap. And what I want to emphasize here is that it really takes all of the programs outlined in the roadmap and more to achieve the town's adopted greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals. The barriers to building decarbonization, unfortunately, are very complex and differ across building types, sizes, occupancy use, and vintage, as well as household factors. And so there really, unfortunately, isn't one single program that is going to achieve widespread change on its own. Each of these programs in the roadmap, including the building electrification token program, is designed to address a particular piece of this challenge. And without any one of them, there would be gaps in our approach. So when looking at any building decarbonization program individually, it's important to understand that it's only intended to address that one particular piece of the puzzle and not necessarily the entire picture on its own. We have some programs that are designed to apply more broadly, like our weatherization and upcoming heat pump rebates, and others that are more narrowly focused on a specific segment of the building stock or community. And the building electrification token program is one of those more narrowly focused programs. The focus of this program is really on decarbonizing non-primary homes. The roadmap outlines the importance of developing strategies targeted to non-primary homes, and that's because these homes are 53% of our housing stock. And in fact, the largest share of Truckee residences at 44% are non-primary homes that are neither long-term nor short-term rented. So that's our single largest occupancy and use type here in Truckee. Despite not being occupied full-time, these non-primary homes still account for 20% of total community-wide energy-related greenhouse gas emissions and 31% of residential energy-related greenhouse gas emissions. And so without addressing these sources of emissions, it's not going to be possible to get to our adopted greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals. The challenge is that these homes can be harder to decarbonize than primary homes, and that's because part-time occupancy means longer payback periods for efficiency measures, making many energy upgrades that are cost-effective in full-time occupied homes not effective for these non-primary homes. Homeowners are also less likely to invest in voluntary upgrades for a property they use less frequently, as they get less value in terms of cost savings and comfort improvements. This all makes traditional rebate and incentive programs less effective for these non-primary homes. The Building Electrification Token Program attempts to utilize a new kind of incentive that's more likely to appeal to owners of non-primary homes. This program is intended to be a small volume targeted incentive program available in addition to more broadly applicable rebates. And it's not expected to have widespread appeal necessarily or to even be the primary driver of townwide building decarbonization. So the incentive offered as part of the Building Electrification Token Program is this token. A token is a transferable incentive that can be redeemed for a transient occupancy registration certificate without going through the standard waitlist process. And so that gives the token holder expedited access to the short-term rental registration as long as they meet all other program requirements. This type of incentive has been previously approved by council to encourage development of workforce housing, and the town has one active token program, the Short-Term Rental Workforce Housing Token Program. While some aspects of a token, such as the criteria to earn one and the expiration date, may vary between programs, many fundamental aspects of how tokens function would remain the same under the proposed guidelines. That includes the transferability of a token between different short-term rental eligible properties and different people. Existing approved token program guidelines outline some limitations on these redemptions and transfers, and those have been incorporated into the program guidelines we're presenting tonight. Currently, the town's municipal code restricts issuance of these tokens for transient occupancy registration certificates outside of the standard process, specifically to workforce housing programs. And so, as directed by Council last August, staff has developed an ordinance, Ordinance 2026-07, amending Section 5.02.030 of the town's municipal code to allow Council to approve issuance of certificates for any town council priority program. And so these modifications would provide Council with more flexibility to approve programs that use tokens as an incentive in areas aside from workforce housing. And I do want to clarify that adopting this ordinance does not approve the building electrification token program. Any program, including this one, that proposes to use tokens as an incentive would still need to be individually approved by Council, separate from adoption of the ordinance. So focusing in on the building electrification token program specifically, the goal of this program is to accelerate voluntary electrification of residential space and water heating systems by offering a supplemental incentive in the form of a token that is redeemable for a transient occupancy registration certificate. To earn a token, applicants will need to choose from a list of eligible energy upgrades to achieve a minimum score. Eligible measures include electrification of heating and water heating equipment, supporting heating efficiency measures such as upgrades to insulation, ducts, or windows, and solar photovoltaic systems. The points value for each measure is based roughly around the relative greenhouse gas emissions reduction potential, and therefore varies by building vintage. While this structure does add complexity, it also provides more flexibility to homeowners in choosing the measures most applicable to their home. And I do want to note that since the last time we brought this concept to Council, we have made some minor modifications to the list of eligible measures. As noted in the staff report, those were primarily to align them more closely with the criteria for our locally available rebates to streamline the application process for both. The minimum points threshold is set to require implementation of at least one electrification measure in all participating homes and will increase over time as proposed. Eventually, this does mean that newer buildings will no longer qualify for the program. The goal of this increasing points threshold is to incentivize early participation and allow a broader range of building types to be eligible in the initial years of the program. Eligible building types for this program are single-family homes, condominiums, townhomes, and added since August is detached accessory dwelling units. Ineligible building types include all other building types, such as mobile and manufactured homes, commercial buildings, and other types of multifamily buildings. Properties currently participating in workforce housing rental assistance programs, such as rooted renters and lease to locals, are also ineligible to apply until the end of their program term. And the goal of that restriction is to avoid incentivizing conversion of long-term rentals to short-term rentals. Properties built in 2011 or later are also ineligible by default of the point system used for eligible measures. Because newer homes are much more energy efficient due to the codes they were built under, they don't have the same potential for greenhouse gas emissions reduction as homes built in 2010 or earlier. As you will note, some property types are eligible for the building electrification token program, but are not eligible to be used as short-term rentals. And I do want to be very clear, the building electrification token program as proposed does not expand the eligible building types to be used as a short-term rental. In order to redeem a token for a registration certificate, a property still must meet all other requirements of the town's short-term rental programs, including being an eligible building type. So owners of these building types that are eligible for the building electrification token program, but not to use as a short-term rental, can still apply and receive a token, but they would need to transfer that token to an eligible property to redeem it for a registration certificate. In terms of applicant eligibility, the applicant does need to be the property owner of the building where the upgrades will be completed. There is no limit on the total number of tokens an applicant may receive under this program as proposed, but there is a limit of 1 token per application and 1 application per dwelling unit. I'll also note that applicants can't combine upgrades across multiple buildings or parcels in a single application. So the application process for the building electrification token program would occur in 2 phases: an optional pre-application process before a property owner begins upgrades, and an application form submitted after all upgrades are complete. While the application or the pre-application is not required, it is strongly recommended that applicants go through this process. That involves submitting an interest form to confirm eligibility, review the program terms, and review the documentation that will be required with their final application. Once that interest form has been reviewed by town staff and preliminary eligibility confirmed, applicants will be able to reserve one of the 15 tokens available to the program each year. Token reservations would be valid for 90 days. The intent is to ensure applicants are reserving tokens only when they are ready to move forward with upgrades. Applicants are advised to take steps to prepare for upgrades, such as obtaining a contractor estimate before reserving a token. Reservations can be extended upon request by town staff for 90 days if the applicant or their contractor has applied for a building permit. And once all upgrades have been completed, applicants will submit their application form with the required supplemental documentation to verify completion of all the upgrades. And if the eligibility criteria are met, a token will then be issued to the applicant. Under the proposed guidelines, up to 15 tokens per year would be reserved for the Building Electrification Token Program, and those tokens would be valid for 5 years. And that means that there could be up to 75 active tokens at any time, and I apologize, that is a correction to our answer to one of the council questions. We incorrectly said 60. It is actually up to 75 maximum that could be in circulation. Based on the direction we received from council last August, the proposed structure is to allow these tokens to be redeemed for registration certificates temporarily in excess of the short-term rental cap, and then reconcile that back down to the cap every year as part of the annual renewal process. So the example here is if 4 tokens were redeemed during 1 year, 4 fewer tokens would be then released to the wait list as part of the annual renewal process. Some additional token criteria: tokens that remain inactive for 36 months would be voided by the town. That means they are not being redeemed or used for a certificate. And if a transient occupancy registration certificate associated with a redeemed token is revoked, the token would also be canceled. And those last 2 criteria are aligned with the criteria of the existing token program. So there's 3 ways you can use a token. The first is to redeem it for a transient occupancy registration certificate for any short-term rental eligible property. Once that token is redeemed, it's no longer active and cannot be transferred or sold unless it is retrieved. To retrieve a token, you can deregister the short-term rental and relinquish that certificate, or you can choose to not renew during the annual renewal process. Same thing, you relinquish your certificate. And you can also earn a certificate for your short-term rental through the standard waitlist process, even if you've already redeemed a token for it. So the token allows you to bypass the waitlist, but you can also still get in line, get your certificate the normal way, and then you can retrieve your token and have it available to redeem for another property or to sell or transfer it to someone else. And that leads us to transferring a token. So a token holder can choose to sell or otherwise transfer their token to another party who's interested in using it. There is an official form for that both parties have to sign, and the point of that is just so we know who the authorized token holder is. If someone tries to redeem a token, we know that it is officially theirs. There are a few program metrics and criteria that will be tracked as part of the proposed Building Electrification Token Program. To evaluate program impact, staff would track the total number of upgraded homes, the number of heating and water heating systems electrified, and the number of renewable energy systems installed. These metrics would be tracked both at the program level and collectively for all of the town's building decarbonization initiatives. And energy-related greenhouse gas emissions would continue to be calculated as part of the community-wide greenhouse gas inventories to assess the collective impact of all the town's initiatives in this area. Staff will also track building permits during the program term to ensure that the equipment that was electrified as part of this program is not replaced with gas equipment. And we'll continue to monitor permits at these properties over the long term, periodically to assess how the long-term impacts of this program and to see if these properties do eventually convert that equipment back to gas or how long they typically stay electric. Staff would also track details related to use of tokens, as this is still a relatively untested concept. And so that includes things like how applicants are using tokens, if they're redeeming it themselves, transferring or selling it, or both, the number of transfers per token during that 5-year term, the number of redemptions during the 5-year term, and the sale value of tokens. So the next steps, if council approves staff's recommendations, Ordinance 2026-07 would return to council for adoption on April 28th of this year. If staff, or if council approves staff's recommendations related to the building electrification token program guidelines, staff will then take steps to prepare for launch of the program. That includes finalizing program documents and making minor updates to the short-term rental registration process to allow for tracking and redemption of tokens. We've done most of the work, but since we haven't had anyone actually get issued a token under the other program, there's still a few minor things that need to be completed for that program to be launched. We do anticipate we could be ready to launch this program sometime this summer. And we would be scheduling that around the migration of the Keep Truckee Green website, which is our one kind of unknown in the schedule, which we do anticipate to begin in June and extend into summer. And we just want to avoid launching a program and then immediately moving the website for that program. And then as this is a new and untested program model, we do anticipate there will likely be changes recommended after the program is active. And so staff will continue to monitor the program and would return to council with any recommendations. And that brings us to our 4 recommended actions, which I will not read in their entirety right now, and skip ahead to any questions.
Erin, thank you so much. That was a great presentation because it really helped frame it around the narrow focus of the very hard to reach housing units that we're trying to shift away from that greenhouse gas impact. So thank you. That was excellent. Did you have any questions?
Just a quick question. With the token program, is there a limit on how many times you can transfer the token or do all the different things you were describing, or could you keep doing it? Yeah.
Yes, there is a limit per year, and I just want to double check that I am getting this right. Okay. So you can transfer it to another person a maximum of 1 time per year, and you can redeem it for a maximum of 2 different eligible properties in a single year.
Thank you. That's it.
Do you have any questions, Councilmember Pallavi?
I have 4. I was confused. When is the token actually awarded versus reserved? And I'm just making sure I understand your terminology.
Yes, this is a complex program. So because it does take some time to complete the upgrades, that pre-application process before is when you would reserve a token. And that guarantees your spot among the 15 available each year, as long as you follow through and complete the rest of the program. And that is ideally before upgrades are started, when that can be reserved. The token is actually issued once all of those upgrades are complete and we have all of the documentation and we verify that all of the criteria were met, and that's when that token actually gets virtually turned over to the applicant.
And you're suggesting in your slide that's approximately going to be 90 to 180 days.
That is our best guess. We would be able to continue with those 90-day extensions as long as there are active building permits. So the goal with that 90-day term is just to avoid having applicants reserve a token and then not end up following through with the upgrades and sort of prevent anyone else from then participating in the program.
I assume any other available rebates can be coupled with this program. This is not exclusive in any way.
Absolutely, this program can be stacked with any other available incentive right now, and that's one of the reasons we made some slight adjustments to the eligible measures to better align some of the insulation and window measures with the TDPUD weatherization rebates, and so we want to make that documentation process easier, and so it's essentially the same documentation that's required for both programs as well.
Can a token be revoked by the token owner who has chosen to transfer it?
A token be revoked?
Can you explain what you? I don't think I'm.
Already an STR permit.
It becomes a permit.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, no, I guess. So token gets transferred. Nikki's got something to say.
I think that would depend on the terms under which the token holder transferred that token. So it would be in the best interest of the receiver to have really strong terms on, when they could have their token taken away. I don't think that we, the town, would play into adjudicating anything that happened between the token holder and the person they give it to. Like, that would be a civil matter, I think, if they decided to revoke it. So
I love when our finance director says adjudicated in a council meeting. Good job. I think Nikki's raising a really good point here that we as town staff would not be involved in the details of what a transfer or sale of that token would look like. That's going to be between whoever has the token and whoever they're transferring it to.
So we're looking for people to come up with their own independent contracts on the transfer of a token.
So to be clear, there is an official transfer form for tokens that was created as part of the current token program. And what that does, it doesn't lay out any terms, as has been said, for the price or the details, but it does officially transfer ownership of that token from one person to the other. We have to know
what time frame.
That again, someone could work out the details of that. All that, for our purposes, whoever is the registered token holder is the only one allowed to redeem that. And that is done through a form that both parties sign. So we can certainly clarify some details on that. I mean, this was thought through as part of the current program, but since we haven't had anyone actually be issued a token yet, there are some things we haven't sort of gone into the weeds on.
Yeah, it's okay.
But yes.
Is it within staff's purview to attach a one-page document contract, which has a blank space for value, and we create that as part of this program?
We could certainly put something together and let people know that it's available for them to use if they want to. Correct. But that we're not giving legal advice, and they can, of course, do whatever they want and use a different form.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we had anticipated is that it would just be a simple transfer of ownership. Of course, that may not be what people would like to do.
Assumption.
Yes.
And my last question is there or where is just the general building electrification incentive program in the roadmap? So take this aside, apply all of the same conditions, apply all of the same things to a regular resident or any other property owner in this community. Do we have another program outside of a rebate? So outside of anything that's like a rebate program, basically, since this is kind of dual purpose.
Yes, so there are rebates currently available for most of the measures that are in this program through Truckee Darner Public Utility District and several from Liberty as well. we have, I'm just opening up the existing building decarb roadmap. We do have a few other types of programs that are included in the roadmap. And we're also in the process of developing the equitable funding strategy, which we anticipate will come up with new other types of recommended programs. So another one is the Home Hardening and Decarbonization Deed Restriction Program. So that's there's also forgivable loans for rental improvements and commercial on-bill financing. And so there are a number of other types of sort of incentive-based programs that are different than traditional rebates that we have outlined. And we do anticipate, like I said, that because rebates do have some inherent equity challenges, because you do have to spend a lot of money up front and then wait for a reimbursement, we do anticipate this equitable funding strategy will come up with some other alternative support mechanisms as well.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. I'll open this up for public comment. Anything? No? Great. Come on up, Jason.
Hi, Jason Tubes again. I thought I heard you say the tokens would last 5 years. Is that right? And that they could be transferred up to 1 time a year and used up to 2 times a year for an STR permit. So I'm a little concerned about that because it seems like I just texted a friend who's a real estate agent. I said, hey, Truckee might have this program where you can cut the line to get an STR permit if you buy an older home and upgrade it, electrify and make it more efficient. He said, cool, I have clients that would do that. But if tokens last 5 years and can be transferred once a year and can be used up to twice a year, 4 or 5 years from now, there will be a large secondary market of 75 tokens floating around. People might buy homes and just buy a token instead of upgrading their home, which seems to kind of defeat the purpose. And if a token can be used that many times, the market price of that token could fall to be a lot cheaper than upgrading the home. So maybe if the goal is to create upgrades for these older homes that are not efficient, tokens should have more limitations on how many times they can be used, or just maybe one-time use and be gone and disappear, poof. And then maybe you could increase the number of tokens you would give out each year. Just some ideas. Yeah, otherwise, super cool program, cool initiative.
Thank you, Jason. I wasn't following that initial math. Can you elaborate on that? Did you follow that?
Yes. So I do. I want to clarify an aspect of the program that I didn't touch on in this presentation. I apologize. There were so many details and tried to keep it relatively short. So to be clear, when you do redeem a token for a certificate, that token is inactive, and it cannot be used or transferred for another property unless you retrieve it. Mm-hmm. And so the number of available tokens at any given time is also limited by how many are currently redeemed for an active certificate. So I don't think we would end up in a situation where we had 75 tokens. There are 75 tokens for us to keep track of, certainly, at any given time, but there are not likely to be 75 tokens available for redemption, because I think most of them would be pretty quickly redeemed.
And kept.
So it's like when you have a token, say for, you redeem a token for something. If someone gives us a token to redeem for a certificate, we give them that certificate and we hold on to their inactive token until they're ready to give us their certificate back. Mm-hmm. So they don't have access to that token anymore. The town's kind of holding on to it. And so it's no longer in circulation at that time once it's been redeemed.
I guess to kick off the deliberation here, I think that makes sense to me, because really, I think it would be great if we had 15 people utilize this program every year. I kind of doubt we will. Be awesome if we did. And if we got 15 in the first 6 months of the program, well, awesome, then maybe you need to bring it back and we need to make those adjustments and say, okay, we could only transfer it twice in that 5 years or something like that. But initially, I'm a little bit more worried about, is this enough of an incentive because you are absolutely right. That's why, to me, this is so elegant in targeting that very hard to convert type of the low use unit that is creating this huge greenhouse gas impact on our community because it's there all the time and it's keeping the house warm, and like my neighbors across the street, the lights on, even though they're only there for 2 weeks out of the year. And the impact of this conversion could really be significant without, I'll add, costing the town or the taxpayers anything other than some management time of those tokens. So, yeah, okay, thank you for clarifying that number exchange. Did you have additional commentary?
Yeah, I appreciate staff, putting this together. I'm supportive of moving forward. I think our workforce housing token program has not been as successful as we thought. This is different, so it's worth trying. It also sounds like we've already put forth the effort of staff time to develop this program, and it's minor staff time to run it, so might as well at least put it out there. Maybe one question, would we advertise this to all the current waitlist folks?
Absolutely. I think that would be a prime market for interested parties. And also, we would work through Visit Truckee Tahoe and the property managers group they convene. We did have some initial discussions with them, and there was certainly some interest. So we would try to get the word out to as many people as possible. And full-time residents may also be interested to participate and then sell the token as well. So we will pretty much use every channel available to us to get the word out about this program.
Definitely. I think some of these questions that have come up would come from people trading, redeeming, but people on the wait list want an STR permit, so they could be a perfect case where they make improvements, we get the environmental benefits, and then they get to start renting their home, which it seems like they want to do. So if they all go fast, then we don't even have to worry about maybe some of these complexities. That all said, things can happen. But again, as we've said on other items tonight, this gives us an opportunity to try it. I'm totally in alignment with you, Mayor. If it's something in the next 6 months, all 15 tokens are gone, or you've run into this new complexity, then, bring the program back for us to look at and make tweaks if needed. But happy to move forward today.
Great. I do have some more thoughts, but we'll get your feedback here.
Sure. I asked the question in our questions, can you supply a couple of quotes for some example upgrades of what the cost is for a homeowner to complete the required measures to earn a token? I got a very detailed answer without a single dollar amount. It was not the answer I was looking for, because I'm sitting up here and I have no idea what it costs to do this, to execute on this. And I reflect on that because tokens haven't worked, at least in my opinion. And I disagree with you, Councilmember Romack, that this will take limited staff time. I think this incredible staff report and the incredible amount of thoughtfulness that went into so many iterations of how this is going to work and how we're going to make these tokens valuable and monetize them and create this secondary market with no built-in contracts. Like, there are incomplete pieces of it that I think are going to cause actually significant staff resources, both in managing and in developing. And as we sort of like, oh, we didn't anticipate that happening. Let's see, right? The point being, this is an incredible staff report. The thought that went into this, I was super floored by when I was reading through this, and it was amazing. And I want everybody to be proud of that. As I said when we talked about this back in August or September, I think we've experimented with tokens and they're just not the right tool to get what we want. And I say that because what we're basically trying to do, again, is create a secondary market for a token that has a monetary value. And if we put a monetary value on these energy upgrades, then let's figure out what that monetary value is. And in the same way that we've developed our housing programs, we basically started to work backwards. We figured out what was the monetary value to take a short-term rental to a long-term rental. What was the monetary value to create homegrown housing? What was the monetary value to keep a long-term rental for 3 years in our long-term rental market? Well, let's just figure out what the monetary value is on these energy upgrades that we want to see and what building decarb value has. And let's find a way to actually put a price on that and make that work, rather than spinning our wheels up into these incredibly convoluted places that I just think we're treading really oddly. And my questions to Andy and about, like, how does this really work? I wasn't really satisfied with that. Like, how does a party who earns a token that doesn't exist in the world, now they're going to have to go get an attorney as well because they need a contract with the person they give their token to, and we're going to have that kind of issue. So I'm just not comfortable with continuing on with the use of tokens. I just don't think it's the right strategy. And that's just going to be my opinion as we move some of this stuff forward, unless we can actually put a price on a token. Because what we're saying is, and what the answer illustrated to me in that question and answer is, a token could have $150,000 value. It could also have a $3,000 value. And it's hard for somebody to understand what that is, I think. I think the goals are top notch. I support them 100%. And I would love to find a way within our existing programs to support them in a more direct, straightforward manner that makes it really clear for the property owner to not have to jump through hoops. With all of that said, because I'm probably going to get outvoted no matter what, my request is that I would say, because this is such a stretch goal and we have a wait list that's tied up, let's put this above and beyond. So instead of keeping these tokens under the cap, let's allow for as many tokens as possible to go in years 1 and 2 and see the kind of activity that we want to see, and just allow for the program to move forward and not impact. For example, we don't know what the wait list is of properties that were built in 2011 or after. We don't have that information because we're not collecting it through our waitlist questionnaire. So we don't even know how many of those waitlisted properties might qualify for a program like this, is my point, right? And so there's just too many questions. It's just a way too gray and fuzzy for me. But if we can say, fine, move this program forward, allow for just STR permits to just grow slightly. We're still going to have a cap. We're still going to have a wait list. We're just going to say we're going to allow for 15 tokens per year or more. I'm happy to award as many as possible, want to participate in this program, and say, okay, fine, you can have a token, but we're not going to impact the wait list via this token program. That's really all I have to offer, and it's not much, and I'm not offering much in return other than my unconditional support for moving this program forward. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for listening.
I really appreciate that, Councilmember Pahlavi. It's great to know that you're aligned with the goals of this. I see your apprehension and your anxiety. I think part of what you're worrying about, staff is clearly saying, we are not including that in our worry bucket. Doesn't mean that you and I aren't going to worry about it. But what I think is really why targeting this particular group of very hard to reach homes to convert to electrification, we're not going to get to them by monetary incentives, I think, for the most part, because these are homes that have been in the family for decades, right? And they come up like my neighbors 2 weeks out of the year. And it's only through some other means or incentive that I think that will actually capture their attention. And that's why I'm so excited about this program. And I think this definitely opens up our opportunity, or it kicks off our discussion for that STR permit optimization that we have at some point in our near future. I would like to go ahead and move forward with this program as is, holding that thought that maybe we track the metrics that you identified, and maybe come back in 6 months once we've had that first initial discussion on the STR permit optimization. And then if we see that this is a really attractive program and we're like, okay, let's just increase the cap to allow for more of those to happen. Because to me, the sooner we have those conversions, the better. I would rather do 75 in the first year and 2 every year after that than wait 5 years to get that full 75, because we get those greenhouse gas emission reductions sooner and they make a bigger impact on our overall carbon footprint. So I would rather incentivize them sooner. So if we get that feedback, then I would go on and say, yeah, let's talk about raising the cap. But that's really not in the purview of what we have in front of us today. So that would be the only other thing I would ask you to track is in this reporting, also give us the number of air conditioners installed and gas furnaces replaced, because if we see the numbers of those go down at all, I think that's another metric of success, if that makes sense.
To clarify, you're asking us to track those in the participating homes?
Mm-mm. Okay. Just we get the permits, the permit reports. So I know we track those anyway, just include that maybe in that 6-month check-in to help us understand that.
We can look into that. It's a little challenging to extract detailed equipment information from the permit reports, but we will see what metrics we're able to get from that.
Okay. Did you have something to add?
I was just going to add, Councilmember Pallavi, I know we should find out what the monetary value of this is and just do that. I think trying this program will also kind of give us an idea. And again, I don't know if we're going to see a lot of tokens for sale or not, but if we do, then we could see, it gives us more data to be able to utilize for however we create future programs. So again, that's why I'm open to try this. It doesn't take any money from our general fund or anything to do this program. It's in our work plan. So yeah, I think it's worth moving forward. And I would just say, I would agree with you again, Mayor, of leaving things where they're at now on the 15, but if we're running through everything and in 6 months and we've had the optimization conversation, then we can, re-talk about how this would fit in and are we raising this cap or not.
I would be very happy if that's the conversation we have to have. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Does that work? Moving forward? Okay. Anything else? Would you like to make a motion?
I'll be happy to make a motion that we introduce ordinance 2026-07, amending section 5.02030 to allow for the issuance of town council priority program transient occupancy tax registration certificates. We find this adoption exempt from CEQA, approve the guidelines for the building electrification token program, and we've directed staff, given our direction to launch this program ASAP.
All right, thank you. I guess I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. All right. Council reports. Councilmember Romack, you want to go?
Sure. I had the pleasure of presenting at another Truckee High School career class 2 weeks ago, it was mostly 9th and 10th graders about jobs and being elected into local government. So it was pretty fun. It was fun this time. Tried to weigh in a little more of like, what would you like to see changed in your town? And did you know the town does this? And what does that mean? So just a great opportunity, to talk about potential future, but also really encouraging them to get involved now you can come to our council meetings 2 times a month and you can participate in the process. So that was great. And then also this Saturday participated in Truckee Little League opening day in the Great Parade and saw Andy there too. So ready for another Little League season.
All right, Councilmember Pallavi.
So when was our last meeting? The 24th?
2 short weeks ago. Now we get 3 weeks in between meetings.
We had our first housing ballot measure committee meeting. Very well attended, and I think that's mostly it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I did the adaptive leadership course last week. It was really interesting. I had Jason Toops in my cohort, along with a few other local leaders, which was great, and a few walks with constituents last weekend, which was great. It's too bad it's going to be raining this weekend, so that won't happen now. Okay, and because this was a special meeting, because we have spring break next week, we are adjourning until Tuesday, April 28th at 5 p.m. No, 4:30?
We're going to try for 4:30. I don't think we've confirmed completely yet if there's quorum for that, but come prepared to discuss all things budget.
All things budget, sometime between 4:30 and 5 start. All right, thanks, you guys.